Amy Beth Crump,
Present.
Tal Curry,
Here.
Dr. Coles is here. Tanika East, Melissa Farrell,
Here.
Emily Fox, Tammy Gillis,
Here.
Esther Hazlett, Jason Jones,
I'm here.
Kent Kelsch, Maria Kemplin,
Here.
Mary Lavin,
Here.
Cora McNabb, April Miller,
Present.
Michelle Morgan,
Here.
That's refreshing.
Chadwick Knoll, Krista Payne, Tyler Reed,
Present.
Kathy Joe Robinson, Catherine Shepard Jones,
Here.
Daniel Slayton.
Here.
All right. In your SAPEC folder, and in the folder in front of you, we have the minutes from our November 22nd and 23rd meeting. If you've had a chance to review those and need any changes, please state those now.
I would like to make a motion, maybe that we amend the meeting minutes to reflect that meeting from 10:30 to 3:30 instead of the 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Great. So we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll say it.
Second for Mr. Bradley. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any discussion? The motion to amend the minutes has been approved unanimously.
And if anyone online has any issue, please speak up.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I noticed that the next meeting is set for January 1st.
13th.
It has the first as the second meeting, huh? That's what I'm reading.
Okay. Let me look here.
January 36th.
That's like Citrus Bowl Day. I mean, that's
Oh. Y'all are coming too.
January 13th. So we need to amend that.
I make most people in that.
Okay. All right, who made that motion?
I'll move to.
Ms. Crump made the motion.
Yes, I don't know when to though. Like,
It's the 13th.
oh, I'd like to change that to the 13th.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from, was that Tracy Brewer?
Sure. Or
Okay.
two of us did, but it
Okay.
was.
Second by Tracy Brewer. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The two amendments have passed unanimously. Thank you.
Will that be 10:30 to 3:30?
10:30 to 3:30, yes,
All
ma'am.
meetings are going to be on.
And we have reserved the state boardroom for that meeting.
And that meeting will be taking place in the state boardroom.
Is that still here?
Yes, on the 5th floor.
Okay.
Okay. The next agenda item reflects changes to our bylaws and operating procedures. Just to give a little bit of context to why we are doing an amendment, when we had our training from John Copenhagen, he indicated that we need 2 additional areas to advise the board or advise the KDE on. And the updated copy of that is in your SAPEC agenda, or the SAPEC folder in my drive. And those two look like that. Yes, please. Please.
All right, John Copenhaver brought up the following changes. On page 1 under section 2, authorization, change the reference to IDEA 1990 to 2004 to make it up to date. On page 1 under article 2, section 2, duties, add duties 6 and 7. And 6 is the KDE, I'm sorry, my math. The KDE, after deleting personally identifiable information, will provide the advisory panel with final due process hearing findings and decisions listed the CFR 300.513 D1. And then the role of the panel for 7, if KDE wishes to submit a waiver of non-supplanting with Part B funds under CFR 300.164, then KDE will consult with the State Advisory Panel regarding the provisions of FAPE under CFR 300.167. And so that was the information that John had reviewed the bylaws and noticed that these were not included, so he recommended that we add those panel functions.
Tell me again where that second one was. I was just reading the first one and you moved on to the second one. That's okay.
And do you want me to read it again? No, 6.
Okay. Wait a minute.
You want me to read? The panel functions that he recommended we add were the KDE,
Okay, yeah.
after deleting personally identifiable information, will provide the advisory panel with final due process hearing findings and decisions as part of the regulation. And then the additional one was, if KDE wishes to submit a waiver of non-supplanting with Part B funds under the regulation, then KDE will consult with the State Advisory Panel regarding the provisions of FAPE under that regulation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry, I read that too fast.
Do we have any clarifications or questions?
I can make a motion that we accept the amendment as presented.
Mr. Bradley moves that we accept those changes as presented. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Crum. Is there any discussion? There's a motion on the floor. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The motion passed unanimously. Right. And now I would like to invite Sylvia Starkey, who is the Director of the Division of IDEA Monitoring and Results, to review the state performance plan and annual performance report targets, an update from a discussion that we had in October.
Good morning.
Morning.
In your folders, you'll find a couple of things. We provided you with another copy of your indicator cards. If you were here in person last time, you had those available. Will you drop that in the chat as well? Jackie will drop it in the chat if you are, if you are virtual, she'll drop one in the chat so that you're able to quickly access the indicators that we're talking about. And you will also find a copy of the presentation that's printed out for you, so that if you like to follow along, you can do that as well. So again, we're here today to discuss the state performance plan and annual performance report target setting. Next slide, please.
You want to click or?
Oh, there's a
clicker
look at that. Okay, Joe's already ready. Okay, so the idea here, and what we're doing today is we're going to inform the State Advisory Panel for Exceptional Children about the requirements of the SPP APR, and then we'll also use you guys to help us to gain broad stakeholder input on the state's targets in our state performance plan and annual performance report. It's a very data-heavy presentation, and so I'll go ahead and let you know that as well. Before we get into the data, though, I want to do a quick overview. Again, We're talking about the state performance plan and annual performance report. This is what it looks like when it's all printed and done. This is a copy of an older one, a screenshot of an older one. This year will be FFY 2020. When we talk about the SPB APR, the first question that comes to mind is really like, what is it? And so the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act requires each state to develop a state performance plan to evaluate the state's efforts in implementing the requirements and purposes of the IDEA. So there are a bunch of indicators, and we'll go into those in a minute. It's really important for us to remember that they include indicators that measure child and family outcomes, and then there are other indicators that measure compliance with the requirements of the IDEA. In each year, we have to, as a state, report against the targets in our state performance plan in an annual performance report. Sometimes people will get the two confused because we call it the state performance plan and annual performance report so often that they're actually two pieces of the same puzzle. The state performance plan is where you set the targets of what you want to do across time, and the annual performance report, part of that is how you're reporting on the targets that you set. So what was your progress look like? What did the data say? What kind of initiatives are the indicators and how they're measured are determined by the Office for Special Education Programs. So KDE doesn't decide what are these indicators and how do we measure them. Those decisions are made by the Office of Special Education Programs, and then we just report against them. There are 17 different indicators. 6 of them are compliance indicators. We're not setting targets for any of those today. They are already set by the Office of Special Education Programs, and they're at either 100% or 0%. And so you will not see us talking about that. So when we're going through this presentation, if you see us skip an indicator, particularly when we get into 4 is a compliance indicator, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So you'll see a part where we skip from 8 to 14. That's because everything in between 8 and 14 are compliance indicators. Just wanted to give you that kind of as a precedent. 9 of them are results indicators, and 2 of them pertain to dispute resolution and mediation. We talked about dispute resolution last meeting. And then 1 of them is the State Systemic Improvement Plan, and they do their own stakeholder engagement. So you'll hear from them later today after I finish presenting. When we're looking at results indicators, there's various different types of results indicators. These are the ones that you'll see us talk about today and ask for your input on the targets that were set. And so it includes things like graduation, dropout, assessment. Educational environments is really, I think of it as least restrictive environment. Preschool environments is the same and really similar, except it's a preschool version of those, so kids that are in preschool. Then we look at preschool outcomes, which I like to think of as similar to assessment for students who are school-aged. It's just a different type of assessment. And then we are going to look at parent involvement, post-school outcomes, resolution sessions, which is a part of a due process hearing, and then mediations. And then again, later you'll talk to, Veronica and Amanda will talk to you about the State Systemic Improvement Plan. The compliance indicators are the ones that we won't be talking about today. And again, those are already set. We already know that they're either going to be 0 or 100%. The idea is, do you want to reduce it? If so, it's 0. If you're trying to increase your scores, you're looking at 100% targets. So with the exception of indicator 3A, where that is a compliance indicator that is automatically set by OSIP at 95%. However, states are able to determine their own targets for this. And we'll talk a little bit about that when we get to indicator 3. And then again, we'll talk about indicator 4 as an all, but the ones that are by ethnicity is actually a compliance indicator, so it's set at 0%. Indicator 9 is also set at 0%, and then you'll see that there's disproportionate representation, child finds, early childhood transition, and secondary transition. Those are the ones that we won't be setting targets for because they're already set. So it's not because we don't want to, it's just because we've already set them based on OSIP's requirements. So what we're doing today is a part of stakeholder engagement. So every 6 years, and this is the 6th year, the state is required to set targets for continued progress towards those results indicators. And as part of that, we have to gain broad stakeholder input on the potential targets. And so we really get together a group of all different types of stakeholders from various different places. Some of the people that we included in this process included parents, advocates, district administrators, teachers, community partners. We really reached out to everyone that we knew that had any type of opinion. And again, also the state advisory panel was part of this work, right? So we want to hear exactly what it was that they had to say about these indicators. Now, it's going to be really important to remember that today we're going to kind of hit the surface of these indicators. We're going to move pretty quickly and talk about what do they say and look very quickly at the data, but they looked in a very deep dive. So where we're spending just a couple of minutes on each one, they spent 3-4 hours on them, really got into the weeds of what was happening, the programmatic implications. They were able to look at things statistically and see what were the trends. They looked at things across different states. They had a very broad range of what it is that they were looking at when they recommended these targets. And so what we're doing today is bringing forward the targets that they recommended that we implement as a state. Our recommendation on KDE's end is that we use the targets that the stakeholders presented to us, but again, wanted to give SAPEC the opportunity to provide feedback on any of those proposed targets as they stand. When you're thinking about the mindset for target setting, we really want to set your mind into what it is that we're doing today. So for each indicator, I'm going to show you the indicator scores over time and the proposed target for each one. We're going to review the data with you and explain to you how the stakeholders came to their recommendation. So how did they arrive at that conclusion that they came to? And then we're going to ask you at the end of all of it to provide us with feedback on the sufficiency of those proposed targets so that SAPEC can choose to provide a position, or you can choose to not. It's kind of up to you guys how you want to go there. And then, again, if there is a specific indicator which you personally feel really strongly about, or if you have additional feedback on improvement strategies, because we won't be talking about improvement strategies today, we're really going to be talking about that target setting. There is an opportunity online, and I'm going to ask Jackie to drop that into the chat, the public reporting site, where there is the opportunity for you to individually provide feedback on the indicators that are most important to you or your stakeholder group. So it'll be really, you'll be able to go a little bit deeper and to talk about any kinds of improvement strategies. The best way for us to collect that is through those Google Forms. And you don't have to, it doesn't have like the entire thing, it's by indicator, so you can pick the ones that are most important to you or your group and provide additional information on those as well. So they are Google Forms that are actually open to anyone. So we would also encourage you to share those forms with your stakeholder groups to provide additional feedback on an individual level. So that is available throughout this presentation as well. When you're looking at assessing the appropriateness of the target, so that when we're seeing what did the stakeholders provide, we want you to look at that data over time and see what is rigor, and consider what that target was that was proposed by the stakeholder group. Is it rigorous, and is it attainable? So we really want to think about those two things. It's really important when we're setting these targets, and this is something that OSEP really pushes us to do, is think about what is both rigorous and also attainable for us to be able to achieve. Again, we're thinking about the targets that we're setting for the 2025 state thing. So what SPPAPR, which would be the 2026 school year? Is that 27? 26. Yeah. So we're looking out 6 years from now. We're going to propose that in target, and it's going to be important for you to think through what were the reasonings that were provided by the stakeholder group for why they did come to the conclusions that they had when we get into those targets. Any questions before we move into the data?
Drop that link into the chat. Is that, do we have that also? You had said for the Google Forms that the link to drop it into the chat. Do we have it in here?
In here, we do not, but I can get it to you. Yeah,
for those of us that aren't on Zoom, we
yeah, absolutely. We'll make sure that you have it. We'll have Joe put it into the.
It's on the KDE website.
Yeah, it is on the KDE website. Mm-hmm. Yep, so they're live on the KDE website as well. It's on the public reporting page for SPPAPR if you're looking for them. Okay. So again, we're going to move kind of quickly through these slides and we'll talk through them, but I'm going to start with indicator 1. We actually put them in order of numerical order to kind of walk you through them. Again, if you're getting confused, we'll talk in numbers a lot, and feel free to interrupt me if I talk in acronyms too much. That is just something I accidentally do sometimes, and so feel free to tell me, hey, slow down or whatever. And again, these cards are available for you, and you'll hopefully find them helpful when we're moving through. So let's start with indicator 1, which is graduation. And so when we look at the graduation rates over time, you'll see that there was an increase in 2019. When looking at that increase in 2019, stakeholder group felt really strongly that that was a COVID impact and that that data was not typical of the state. And so when they were trying to determine which targets, they actually kind of took that one out. And they really felt like that the target is set that they are suggesting is an 85% graduation rate, because we know that there are still going to be dropouts. And so they were proposing that we attain an 85% in the 2025 SPP APR. They felt like it was a more realistic target to set, but that it was still pushing for rigorous growth. And again, they discussed how that 2019 data was likely to be skewed based on COVID-19, and so they removed those data when they were determining the target. Any questions about indicator 1 before we move on?
Yes. Indicator 1 is graduation rate, and I'm wondering if the stakeholder group considered the fact that we may continue with some COVID-like experiences from now on.
Yeah, I think that they did. They kind of considered all of the different, but I think when you're looking at the data, their determination was that like the most reliable set of data was the data pre-COVID. I think you'll find that when we're doing this, we realize that it's very likely we may have to come back to the table before 2025 to say, okay, we did the best that we had with the data that we had at the moment, which is pandemic data, but now that it's become a more prevalent trend, that we're in COVID for longer than we had expected, and we have more data years that we can look at, we can come back to the table and discuss these again.
So then my question is, are there any other factors that have been considered?
They considered, let me pull out what they had talked about. So they discussed how the graduation for students with disabilities rate compared to students without disabilities. They also discussed setting a target that was intentional with strategies across the state to get there. They talked about COVID and trauma for teachers and students and how both would impact the data. And they also discussed how the positives from the pandemic was learning how to be more flexible and meeting children where they are. And they felt like that would also impact the rate. So that while there were some negative effects of COVID, they also were able to see some of the positive things. Like there are students who graduated during the pandemic who might have done it as well previously. So one of the things that they discussed was, again, what can we do to kind of talk about that moving forward, the positive pieces as well as the negative.
So in their discussion, did any gold star strategies from throughout the state?
No, but they did. They didn't provide specific strategies. They just asked for us to kind of look into them and provide some resources.
Can I ask a question about the actual data? And maybe this is, I don't know if this matters or not, but how that's calculated. I know like students with disabilities also can potentially take 5 years or longer. Again, some of my past background, I remember some of that fluctuating, and the data didn't always line up to if it took longer than 4 years to graduate. Is that something that's accounted for in this data now?
Yeah, so I'm going to throw it to Amy Patterson as our data manager, so when we're talking about calculations, I'm going to lean on her to be able to.
Okay. And again, if it's not something that's relevant, by all means, please just tell me. I just know that was a conversation years ago. If it took longer than 4 years, we still want it to calculate that they did graduate, not that they did not graduate, I guess.
Yes, and so this is a brand new calculation that is now being required by OSEP. The way the data is calculated now is it doesn't matter if it took the student 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, or 6 years to graduate, but the data that we gather is for all students ages 14 through 21 with IEPs who have either graduated with a regular diploma, graduated with an alternate diploma, dropped out, or reached 21, aged out. And then, so the numerator is those who graduated, regardless of the length of time it took them to graduate, which I think is a very positive, because that's always been one of my concerns as well.
Okay.
And the denominator is all four of those that I just mentioned. Graduated with a regular diploma, alternate diploma, aged out, or dropped out.
So I guess potentially it may change, it may revert backwards. So we may see this year's data, but then next year it may increase from last year's, right? Because then they graduated, so it would impact 19 or that previous year. I'm trying to think of how it would calculate. So like if it was there for a year, when does that get calculated in? The following year?
Well, so we're not using the four-year cohort anymore.
Okay.
So it's just any student who graduated, regardless of how long. So, yeah, but the only negative to this, as far as I'm concerned, is that this is all students ages 14 through 21 who exited special education. So some of those 14, 15, 16, maybe even 17-year-olds weren't even eligible to graduate. And those are considered in the denominator, which is a little bit of a concern. But on the positive side, it does take into account those who take 5 or 6 years to graduate.
Amy, I know that sometimes it's difficult to track whether or not a student has graduated or dropped out, or, how does that figure into this?
We get the data from the districts, but they are very careful about their graduation data.
Yeah.
So I feel like their graduation data is pretty accurate.
Probably the most accurate.
Yeah. That's a good point, but I feel like.
And there's a time frame afterwards to make sure coding is right. The state's really good at checking with districts in regards to, like, is this code correct, to catch some of those things too.
Do we have any indication of what 2020 numbers are going to look like yet?
Sort of, yes.
I mean, they're similar actually to the 19.
Yeah.
Better than I expected, honestly.
Well, I think that as long as, we have this COVID-like, virtual-like reality, that reality provides some great opportunities for students, but also some great hindrances. I would think that the rigorousness factor would be reduced in this season, and so you would continue with a higher graduation rate.
All right, let's move on to dropout. So dropout is an indicator where you want your dropout to decrease. So when you're thinking about this one, when you see it going down, again, this one you want your graduation to increase, you want your dropout to decrease, right? So you want to see these numbers go down. And so when you look at the trend, you'll see that they are dropping. And again, you're going to see that there wasn't a trend, but also that the pandemic definitely played in, right? So you'll see that COVID-19 definitely played. You went from a reduction, a dropout of 10.55% to 6.83%. And again, they attributed that to COVID and felt like maybe these data weren't as reliable because it was such a weird situation that school year. And again, another one of those that we may have to come back to the table in a couple of years to see, okay, is this still a rigorous target? Is this still what we're wanting to do? And so in this particular case, stakeholders recommended a 5% target, and they said that the reasoning really what came around that the longer that students were in school, the better that the outcomes for students outside of special education were, and that having a more rigorous target for this would provide more motivation for districts to focus on keeping students in school. And so you'll see that the indicator 2 target is a little bit more rigorous than the indicator 1 was, because they felt like, okay, we can really push on graduation if we really focus on reductions of dropout. And again, discussed how COVID impacted that data trend line, and they removed that 6.83 when they were determining where would they want to be by the 2025 APR. Any questions about indicator 2, dropout?
So to clarify, and I may be wrong about this, so you said that graduation rates include students on alternate assessment. So they are not I've heard it both ways, that they're not
They-
considered dropout, but that they are considered dropout.
They're not considered dropouts, but they're not considered graduates.
Okay. So what are they considered?
They are considered students who graduated with an alternate diploma. They are in the denominator for both calculations,
Okay.
but they are not in the numerator for either calculation.
So with that being the reality, there could never be 100%.
Correct.
So, and the 1% is no longer 1%, right?
Right, it's decreased, yes, over time. Okay. So let's move into indicator 3. Indicator 3 has a lot of targets, so we're looking at a significant chunk of what we're going to talk about from now to the end is assessment. But I will tell you that the stakeholders tried to make it pretty easy for you whenever they were determining targets. When we first started looking at it, they really were thinking about each individually, but then they came to the understanding that indicator 3 is really best looked at as a whole, and how can we move these targets for everyone at the same time, regardless of whether they're on regular assessment or alternate assessment. And so we'll talk about that in a minute. We will review general and alternate assessment scores and targets. We're also going to review gap as well. And you'll look each part, so there's an A, a B, a C, and a D. Each has elementary math, elementary reading, middle school math, middle school reading, high school math, and high school reading. So there are a lot of slides for us to roll through to get through all of these. But again, there's a way that we can show you how they did this to help you understand what it was. So we're going to start with reading proficiency data for the regular general assessments. If we think about indicator 3, and I should have talked to you about 3A first. So remember when we talked about targets and we talked about how indicator 3A earlier was a compliance indicator, one of the things that the stakeholder group did talk about was that the data for Kentucky, we do really, really well in terms of participation data for the statewide assessment. And so they actually suggested that we go higher than 100% because we've been able to maintain above that for so long. So they actually recommended a 96.5 participation rate. So just wanted to make sure that you thought that through, is we're looking at a 96.5 participation rate as our target to be able to maintain that. And the state's been able to maintain that number for a pretty long time, so we're confident we'll continue to maintain it even at an increased level. When we talk about 3B, again, we're going to talk about reading proficiency data on a regular assessment. And so the way that the stakeholder group did all of reading proficiency and all of general assessment in general, so everything in the general assessment, when they started to look across these indicators over time, what they found was that it was really relevant for them to apply a standard across all subject levels, all grade levels, right? So they felt like it was really important for them to put just as much emphasis in third grade reading as they did in high school math. So you'll see that when we look at these data, they applied a standard number of a 4% increase across all tests and all areas. They felt like 4% was a rigorous enough target to be able to maintain, to be able to increase by 4% in 6 years. And so they felt like that was rigorous, but also, yeah, very attainable. These targets were previously in like the 70%, and there was one district in the state that met them. And so it's really going to be important that when you see these data, that you think about where are we now, because we are not where we want to be, but we do want to make sure that we're setting a rigorous target. So that group felt like a 4% target was the most impactful. They said to make sure that it was logical to follow, to tell you that they felt like it was logical to follow linear trend lines, and that no one is happy with the rate that we are at with our students, but that it is realistic. So they wanted to make sure that when they looked at these data, that you do the same. So I'm going to show you these and kind of flip through them pretty quickly, but with the understanding that they're looking at a 4% growth across all of the data as they stand. So when you look at grade 4 reading, they recommended a 38% target, which is approximately 4%. There were some where they had several targets that were close, and so they would choose ones that weren't exactly 4, but were close to 4. Currently, the last set of data that we had was 33.87. We did get the most recent data or the statewide assessment in 2020. But I will tell you, our Office of Assessment and Accountability told us that it's a very different test, and that it's not really reliable to compare in terms of target setting.
I was going to say, is the participation rate, is it drastically different from 2020 than years past?
We didn't have any data in the 1920 school year.
Or even from 18, so like when we just took K-Prep back in the spring, was the participation rate much lower, do you know?
We don't have that data yet.
Okay.
I apologize.
No, it's okay, I just anticipated it was probably much lower.
Much lower.
So I just wanted to see, like, that's probably not the best excuse either. I just know from me speaking, our participation was low.
Look at 2019 data, because remember, there was no statewide assessment in 2019-20, and then the 2020-21 data, they felt like wasn't reliable because it was a very apples and oranges test, so it wasn't really measuring the same things that the test previously measured. So again, in fourth grade reading, they proposed a 38% target. In eighth grade reading, it looks like a 30%, which is actually a little bit more than 4%. And in high school reading, you're looking at a 20.20, which is an exactly 4% target growth. Any questions about reading? We're going to move on to math, on general assessment. Okay. About math on the general assessment. Again, they provided a 4% increase across all of the different indicators for all of assessment. On this one, you'll find that they moved, this one is a fairly exact one, so they moved to 32.67, so you'll see it's a little bit more rigorous on this one. In eighth grade math, we're looking at a 19% target. The current data showed us at 14.54%, which we know is not what we want it to be, but that's what we're trying to get is better. And again, in high school math, and this is not one of the targets where you want to see that trend line going down, but that is our realistic numbers of where we are right now. The last assessment, students in high school were performing at about a 6.79% proficiency in math, and so they're recommending a target of 11% by the 2025 school year.
Question: what do you think is causing that downward spiral over the last 4 years?
I think it's something we're going to have to look into and figure out what is that actual issue, and how can we provide resources to help districts understand what's going on.
Can I say something? So when we talk about elementary, middle, and high, the Office of Special Education Programs has said that we're specifically looking at grades 4, 8, and high school. Those were, if I were to choose which grades we would use, those would not be the ones I would choose, but that is what they've said we had to do. So I just want to explain why we're choosing those, because we were told that that's what we needed to do.
So that would put us in an 11% growth for the next APR. The next set that we're going to talk about is indicator 3C, which is the same thing as 3B, and it is, but it's for the alternate assessment. So it's students with significant cognitive disabilities who participate in the alternate assessment. And in this, it was really important to the stakeholder group to mirror what was happening in the general assessment, which is something that I thought was very refreshing to see. Was we really should have the same standard for students on the alternate assessment as we have for students on the general assessment. We want them to grow just as much as we want everyone else to grow. So they did apply that same standard for alternate assessment as they did for regular assessment. And so you'll see that when you look at the data, these are pretty fairly exact, because at this point I think they were really getting into the groove of, okay, what's 4% look like? Students on the alternate assessment in grade 4 math, they proposed a target of 33.34%. Grade 8 math would be 37.16, which is an increase from this. Again, you'll see this trend line is slightly going downward, so it's something that we're going to want to look into, grade 8 math for the alternate assessment. High school math is real similar to general math, but you'll see that the numbers are a little bit higher. So in the other one, we were kind of in the 6 to 8 realm, and this one we're looking at 21%. So we know we're doing something that is getting a little bit higher proficiency for students on the alternate assessment, which is really exciting to see.
Yeah. So when we're looking at that downward trend, that I can say that statewide for all students, that trend is sort of going downward as well. It's not just students with disabilities. Like, this is a general ed problem as much as it is a special education problem. So I feel like that's important to note, that it's not just.
Do you think it's, there's a one-to-one correlation, or you think it's even worse?
I would say it's probably a little bit worse for special education, but it's trending in the same direction. I don't know that I've necessarily pulled it apart to look at it closely, but it's a problem nationwide, I think.
Any questions about math before we move on to reading?
I'm going to make a comment. That was part of the discussion that when we had the co-op directors, and they said there is a big push on math this year, so this reflects that push. I just want to kind of research.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go back through that. I'm sorry I didn't remove my math.
I appreciate it.
I apologize.
So let's talk about reading data for the alternate assessment. So again, they applied the 4% standard across the board for alternate assessment, and so you'll see an increase of 4% in grade 4 reading, which takes us to about a 49.39%. So that's good to see. And then we will also, in grade 8 reading, recommended a target of 30%, and you'll notice that's not exactly 4%, but in that case, they had multiple options they were choosing from, and there was one that was pretty close, but was also actually in a little bit more than 4%, so they chose that one. And then in high school reading, similar, chose a 29%, which is a little bit more than a 4% gain in high school reading as well. High school reading as well. Sorry, I was on the wrong side. Any questions about reading? Okay, let's talk about GAP. All right, so GAP is a little bit different, and in this case, they applied a little bit of a different standard to GAP. So I think when we were thinking about it, they originally started talking about how when they were looking at GAP, okay, well, if we're increasing scores by 4%, let's apply 4% GAP. However, statistically, it doesn't really work out as easily as it does when you're talking about growth. Because when you're thinking about GAP, we're also expecting students on the general assessment who don't have disabilities to also grow. So if we grow at the same rate as general education, you will not see a difference in the gap. Because if I grow 4% and you grow 4%, the gap is still exactly the same as it used to be. And so it's really important for us to think through that statistical significance, that you really cannot apply that same standard on GAP that you did for the others, because that rate of growth for general education students without disabilities will play into the difference in the gap. And so what they did was they kind of looked at all of the different gaps to see if there was any type of statistical significance, and what they came to was a 2% decrease. So if we asked them to increase 4%, we'd like to see a gap decrease of 2% at the same time. And so you'll see that within these slides. And so when we talk about 4th grade math, you'll see that they applied a 2% decrease. So we're looking currently, and again, when we're talking about we're talking about students with disabilities on the general assessment. And so we're looking at a gap of about 18.8%, about exactly 18.8%, and looking at a reduction to 16.8% in grade 4 math.
Sylvia,
Yeah.
are you saying, you went through that pretty quickly and I was trying to follow, are you saying that rather than a 4% projection, you're going to do a 6% to
2% projection? Because if, first, let's say we were at 18.8%, so let's just say these are the assessment data for students with disabilities, and I increased 4% to 22%. But students on a general assessment who don't have an IEP also increased 4%. Your gap would remain the same.
Right.
So you don't show any difference. Even though you increased your scores 4%, your gap stayed the same because students without disabilities also increased 4%. So you can't imply that same standard rate of growth to gap as you did to the general assessment, because you also have to keep in mind that not only are students with disabilities going to grow, but general education students without disabilities will also grow. And so we have to mitigate the differences between those two things, which is why they suggested a 2% reduction. And again, you want to reduce your gap. So it's like, when you're thinking about assessment, you want to increase assessment scores, you want to reduce gap and make it smaller. Does that help?
Yeah.
The other thing to keep in mind, and this may get a little technical, but we're actually comparing students with disabilities to all students, which includes students with disabilities.
Right.
So if students with disabilities go up, then all students will also go up just from that. And it's a little bit confusing, but that's
the formula.
That's the methodology they told us to use, yeah.
And when I look at the notes from the stakeholder meeting, so they talked about the mathematical connections between 3B and 3D, and how if the proficiency rates were expected at 4%, they would want to be more conservative with the gap targets. There are a lot of variables because it was also impacted with students with disabilities, and they don't want to hold back general education in order for special education to rise up. And statistically, since the proficiency recommendation increased 4%, the gap proposal of a 2% decrease was a very reasonable. They actually had a statistician in that group that was helping them to kind of determine some of those targets. And so they confirmed with her, would this be a reasonable amount of gap decrease? And she said, yes, statistically you should be able to maintain that. Okay. Any questions about that before we move into grade 8 math?
Jackie, do we have anything on chat?
Just a request to speak more slowly.
Yeah.
Which I just told.
She did.
That's why.
This is a disease I have, so I'm gonna try my best to slow down, but I'm not a slow talker. I'll try. Grade 8 math, we're looking at a decrease, again, that 2% decrease in gap, and so currently grade 8 math is at 30.78% gap, which is a very large gap. We're looking at a reduction to 28.78%. I will tell you that in grade 8 math, that is something that we look at with the SAPEC, which is something you guys are going to talk about later today. So that is one of their focus areas, is that 8th grade math. So hopefully we'll see some reduction on that based on what you talk about later with the SAPEC. High school math, and again, we want to decrease. So this is the type of trend line you want to see. You want to see a reduction in a trend line. For high school math, you'll see that the scores are a little bit more variable, and there's not really a straight trend that you can see, which really kind of ended up in a positive increasing trend line, which is not what we're looking for. We're looking for a decreasing trend line. But again, even in this case, they felt like that 2% reduction was really what they wanted to see. Even though those numbers are increasing, they wanted to push to really get a decrease in high school math as well.
Did they talk about what they attributed that fluctuation?
They didn't, no, but something we can look into as we're doing these across that time. Any questions about math gap before we move on to reading gap? So when we talk about reading gap, again, same statistical projection. So it was really important to the stakeholder group to decrease by 2% just as so in reading. So they really came to the conclusion that reading is just as important as math, and so we want to apply that same standard of 2% gap decrease. So you'll see that happening in grade 4 reading. The gap is currently at 19.22% the last time it was assessed, and they're looking at a 17.22% by 2025. Grade 8 has a higher gap in reading. The gap in reading in 8th grade is 37.39%. So you'll see a large increase from grade 4 to grade 8. And so we'll look at the differences in that. In this case, they talked about like that in grade 4, students are still receiving really intense reading instruction, where it's like learning to read in grade 4. However, 8th grade is reading to learn. And so they attributed some of the differences in the gap to that. And then when we look at high school reading, and this is one we're real excited to show you, is you'll see a significant decrease in gap across time. So they've actually been able to maintain a pretty heavy decrease across time in high school reading. Our gap used to be as high as 44.58% in this last ATR, but they've actually reduced it down to 29.52%. And then the stakeholders in this case are recommending that target be 27.52%.
And what do they attribute that to?
Same thing as middle school, but the high school people will just tell you that they're just better at it than the middle school people.
I think technology. I think technology is a little bit more accessible come high school. Kids are more familiar with it. So when you think about reading and learning to read and the knowledge and those kinds of things, I think it's more. It is a little bit. I won't say easy because none of it's easy, but.
Kids are more proficient with like online readers and things like that.
Tools for reading.
To be more successful. That's all of assessment, so that was the hardest part, so you're already through that part. So the rest of it is going to be hopefully easy going. So when we talk about the next one is suspension and expulsion for students with disabilities. Now it's important with indicator 4 to remember, we're not talking about all suspension and expulsions, it's the ones that are greater than 10 days.
Out of school.
Out of school removals, yes, that are greater than 10 days. So it only looks at out of school removals, and only looks at those that are greater than 10 days. 4A is like my love, and so I want to explain these data to you just so you understand. When you see this, you're going to notice it's really bell curvy. That was very much expected, and I kind of want to explain to you what happened. So in 2015, we were looking at the data and realized that the way that the calculation was currently done did not account for smaller districts, and that calculation would only allow for very large districts to ever be reviewed. And so in that year, we made a change and took it in front of the state advisory panel, and we suggested that they change how we calculated those data. There were some options in this one on how you go about doing it, so we set a static rate for this at the state and then expected districts to be able to meet that standard. So you'll see that in 2015, the data were very, very low, but there was only one district that was ever getting looked at, maybe two, the very largest districts. In 2016, you see it jump way up. We knew that was going to happen. So we anticipated that when you change a calculation and you start to look at all of the districts instead of just one of the districts, you will see an increase in the amount of non-compliance that is present. And so you do see that in these data. You'll see where when we made the change in 2016, it grew for 2 or 3 years, and then it drops back down. What's important to know is that there were some mitigating strategies. So we knew people aren't going to be as compliant. They don't exactly know what the requirements are for manifestation determination meetings. We need to teach them and monitor for it. So the state actually implemented monitoring for this indicator, and I love this indicator because you can see how the changes over time impacted the data. So you can see where the data wasn't great, so we changed the calculation, so it got a little bit worse for a little bit, and then we started holding districts accountable and providing them with resources, and you watch the data come right back down. And so you'll see that this is an interesting one. Now, I will tell you that they felt like that 2.92% was not super realistic because of COVID at the end of the 2019-20 school year. So nobody was getting suspended from March 2019 on when districts were not in person. Kids weren't getting suspended. So they anticipated the actual numbers when districts returned to in-person instruction would be higher. And you'll see the same thing would apply for 2020 as well, because in 2020, 2021, many districts were still implementing virtual instruction, and so we know that those are kind of outlier years, but you will see that there is a decrease. We still anticipate there being a decrease due to the monitoring that was present, but also maybe not as significant as it was this time. So while you see the trend go up, it really is doing that bell curve, which is exactly what we wanted to see it do. So in this case, they felt like if you took out that 2019 school year to be able to say, okay, where was it? How do we want to reduce it across time? They ended up at a 4% reduction. And again, they felt like that impact of COVID on students and staff was important, and that also once the full return to in-person instruction happened, that they anticipated that students with disabilities may get suspended a little bit more because of the trauma that they may have experienced while they were going, and some of the retraining that would have to happen in order to get students back to where they were pre-pandemic, socially, emotionally.
Sylvia, can you go back to when you're talking about manifestation
Requirement? Yeah.
I know what I'm saying, I just can't get it out of my mouth. So, if we're looking at .58, is that because it wasn't being reported correctly?
It wasn't incorrectly reported. It was how the calculation was happening. So, when you looked at districts, you would notice that you had to have 10 students with disabilities in one racial category that were suspended 10 days or more. And so it really became hard to find any district where 10 students with disabilities were suspended for 10 days or more. And so they actually, we decreased that number down to 2 students with disabilities that were suspended 10 days or more, and it actually allowed us to look at additional districts. So it wasn't necessarily that it was incorrect reporting. The reporting was correct how it was done. It just was that you would see districts in the data that had way worse data than the ones that were being reviewed because their in size was lower. And so we fixed that in size issue to be able to identify all districts instead of just the very, very large districts.
Sylvia, can you talk to us about any challenges you might have had in the past of acquiring accurate data and what the KDE has done to mitigate that?
Yeah, so as part of these reviews, what we noticed was that students with disabilities, and all students really, were being removed from classrooms without it necessarily being coded as such. And so the push from KDE was really training districts on what is a removal. And so I believe Amy probably trained in every district in the state of Kentucky almost. Went on a lot of training efforts to really talk to data managers at the district level about what is a removal and how do you know when it has to be input and how do we make sure that these data are accurate and reliable, which is, again, why we saw that increase, because the training went hand in hand with it, right? So we know that the data that they're submitting us now is much more reliable than the data we were getting previously, and so we're much more comfortable with it. But it really came with training on what is a removal, how do I code it, when do I code it, and then Amy even went into what are common removal errors in terms of data. So sometimes you would see a suspension that would last like 14 days and you knew that that wasn't really what was happening. It was a one-day suspension, they just forgot to end date it. And so she actually talked them through what are common misunderstandings that you can fix to double check to see how do you make sure your data are accurate, those types of things. And then also there were webinars about manifestation determination requirements, what do you do, how do you know when to do it. So we really felt like all of those efforts attributed to these data.
I got a question regarding, and it may be somewhere broken down, but I would be interested to see the particular disabilities. Do you guys break that down by disability?
We do. Well, do we do that? No, we do it by racial and ethnic categories. We don't do it by disability.
We don't. I'm looking to see if I might have done that.
I think you can pull it Infinite Campus that way, but.
Yeah. I tell people all the time that'd be like a great dissertation topic.
It really would be.
Because it'll be interesting to see the categories of the disability along with race and ethnicity.
Yeah, we'll break that down as something to look into.
I think you've had that in the past. You've had that in the past.
You may have it. I don't have it.
I mean, you can get it, but I haven't. I broke it down by race, and I broke down restraints and seclusions, but I haven't broken down removals. So I will do that. That would be very interesting.
I believe Amy has a question.
I just wanted to check on something. So I hear you saying removals, like, and then what is that? There's suspension and expulsions, like when they're suspended for a day or 3 days, right? But is there a place where we collect data on they're removed, like, and maybe put in the resource room for the day, like in-school suspension type stuff? Or even if they're just like in the principal's office or the counselor's office for 3 hours, like, where that missed instruction happens a lot of times, or it can be kind of overused where we don't get enough interventions in to decrease it. So I'm just, do you guys measure that?
We do. So it's called Safe Schools data, and so they input all of the removals. So when we talk about removals, I'm talking about in school, out of school, in the principal's office, going to another teacher's room for 5 minutes. It's any time that a student is in a place they would not have otherwise been is what we're tracking. And that all comes across as Safe Schools data. Districts can review their own, and then also we can see it as well. Amy reviews that like every single day of her life.
Pretty much. Yeah. No, I review it about once a month.
Yeah.
So is there a minimum requirement of time, like say they were to go and do a check-in with somebody and calm down, and you still have to enter that 5 minutes, or does it have to, because I know I've been told 15 minutes over that, you have to enter in Safe Schools, and I just didn't know.
So I will say it's a gray area in terms of compliance. We suggest that about 15 minutes is typically where they rely, but it really depends on the situation. So it depends on where you are in a removal. So if a student is becoming escalated and you are asking them to go get a drink of water as a preventative strategy, and they haven't like completely reached crisis yet, but you're saying, hey, can you go get a drink of water? Because you know that if they walk out of this room for a minute, they'll calm down enough that when they come back, they'll be fine. That would not be counted as a removal. However, if they go completely to crisis mode and then you're like, let's go get a drink of water, at that point it would become a removal. So I tell people all the time I'm going to make myself a t-shirt that says it depends, and it's going to be gray and not black or white, because there are so many gray areas when it comes to suspensions and removals, but definitely something that we're willing to work through with any district or anyone who has questions about specific situations.
Would you agree? Go ahead.
I just wanted one follow-up question. So when you look at the Safe Schools data, they track the special ed students, so that's how you get special ed data. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the training we do, just to kind of piggyback on what Sylvia was saying, is we reinforce the idea of proactive versus reactive.
Absolutely.
And that's really what we're trying to get across.
De-escalation, but would you be willing to agree that different districts have different criteria for that?
Oh, absolutely.
And so consequently this...
I would say building by building.
Right.
Most of the time.
I mean, absolutely. Now, I think it's the intent of that, mini district roadshow that Amy did was really to get us all back on the same page, talking the same language. But yeah, absolutely. Even building by building, I think
that's the most accurate for sure.
Yeah. We believe these data to be much more reliable than they were in 2015.
Okay.
No question.
That's good.
All right, let's move on to indicator 5A, which is indicator 5 is it's called educational environments for school age. And when I talk about school, educational environments is like least restrictive environment. So where are students with disabilities being educated? Is it in a regular classroom, a separate school, at home and hospital instruction? So indicator 5 looks at all of those things together and breaks them down into different ones. And so we'll start with a regular classroom. Again, you want to increase the number of kids in a regular classroom and decrease the kids in other settings across time. So you'll see that for indicator 5A, you want your trend line to go up, but for B and C, you want it to go down. We do not ever want it to be 100% or 0% in any of these indicators. It's really important to remember that when you're talking about educational environments, that it's really important to take into consideration there will always be kids with disabilities who need to be instructed in a resource environment or a home hospital environment. So we're not looking at a reduction across time into perfect. We want to be able to allow districts to put students where they really do need to be. And so you'll see that in their analysis. So when we talk about educational environments in a regular classroom, currently districts are about students with disabilities, about 75% of them are currently educated in a regular classroom environment. In this case, they really felt like that they wanted 100% of kids who needed to be in certain places to be in those places, right? So we want all the kids who need a regular classroom to be in a regular classroom. We want all the kids with disabilities who need resource instruction to be in resource instruction. We don't want kids in least restrictive environments that aren't right for them. However, they really talk about what should the long-term goal for this be, right? And where do we want it eventually in 20 years instead of in 5 years? And they really felt like that long-term goal to allow for the flexibilities within the other ones and to allow for individualization for students where they need it should be about an 80% goal when you're thinking about it really long-term. So in this case, they suggested a 2% increase across time to 77% of students with disabilities being educated in a regular environment, and also suggested that Kentucky called states who currently get over an 80%, who are doing better than 80% in least restrictive environment in a general education classroom, to figure out what's going on there, because they felt like two things could be happening. A, they may be implementing things that are amazing that we would want to replicate, or B, we may find that they're asking students with disabilities to be in a regular classroom who wouldn't necessarily be the right place for them. And so they really kind of asked us to figure out, like, is an 80 even reasonable for these districts that are, these states that are doing it? Should we want an 80 or do we not want that? So they did ask us to do that as well, which is something we're planning on doing.
And me too. I want to interject definitely, because when we're talking about a lower STR compared to a general education classroom when it's when they may be 1 to 30 as opposed to 1 to 6. And in that least restricted environment, of course, they're going to excel because of the lower STR. So for me, I got some questions about that 80% because, and then we have these options now, especially for me as a parent, because I'm cringing that she's going to do shared placement in a local high school where she hasn't been in local high school since she lost her sight. You know, it's been 10 years. So I'm nervous, but I know she's capable of doing it. But I still, because, I mean, I've been in a least restricted environment for so long. One, because of the student-teacher ratio, where, you know, reading and math scores we know are going to be test evaluated where she excels, but I still am confident that in the same, compared to 30 other students, we should get the same attention. So
I think your experience is super important for us to really point out, is there are students with disabilities who need to be educated at the school for the blind, who need to be educated at the school for the deaf, who are brand new and just lost their sight and need all of those mobility supports and all of those type of things. So again, not one that you ever want to see at 100% because it doesn't take into those needs. We do want to push a little bit. We want to encourage districts to get students who are able to move them into something more. However, we don't want to push them so hard that they start to do it inappropriately. So this is really one of those indicators where it's important for us to think about how much do we want to push and what is rigorous, but what's too rigorous. That it will encourage districts to put kids in places that just really don't work for them.
I think I've seen that. I've seen that. I think at least some districts may have gotten the message. Like when I hear that, like 80% is the goal, I think like that's back of the head. Like still do what's best for a kid, individual, right? Figure it out. Yeah. Like but 80% is a nice goal to keep in the back of your head. Unfortunately, I think some districts have heard we're getting to 80%. Figure it out. And so I felt as a case manager, classroom teacher, very pushed to get kids out into general education when I didn't necessarily think the data supported that. And so I would worry about the message from maybe here to like districts because I don't think they're hearing that.
And I think too that's why they didn't choose 80% as their 2025 year, because they're like, okay, well, I mean, 80% is like this great pie in the sky goal, but we're not there, and we don't want to push them so hard that the kids are doing exactly, that we're having that exact experience that you felt as a teacher. We really wanted them to have that flexibility. So we felt like across, 6 years, we could maybe do 2%, which is a slight increase, but it's enough to get students who maybe are in an appropriate settings back into the settings that we would have put them in otherwise.
And I would say the same thing. It gives it gives schools and administrators too an opportunity to really push teachers too to think about how we best support each kid, because sometimes when you do have the option for a more restrictive environment, it does make other people uncomfortable. They're not as apt to really figure out the individual kid, and least restrictive makes it a little bit easier because of the small groups, and we know then our kids miss out on the opportunities with peers without disabilities or even the higher expectations in a regular classroom too. So I do think it gives districts pushing like how do we give our teachers the resources to be able to support students with disabilities too, that it's not just the special education teachers, because that is a framework and attention that always exists on who has the tools versus it's this person or this place versus we all have the tools, we all have the diversity in the classroom to make those things happen. Do think it pushes some of us to like really increase our toolbox too, aside from a more restrictive environment, but always knowing that it's able, because not all of our kids are going to succeed that way either. And we don't, we want them wherever they're best fitted, sure.
Some of the stuff too that's really important to point out here is that they felt like that the pandemic created a need for more students to be in a home hospital placement than usual, and that there are districts with like loads of residential facilities. So when you think about this, we're thinking about all districts. What are we asking every district to do? There are some districts that don't have any residential facilities, and then we have places like Jefferson County, which is loaded with residential facilities, different places that kids could go to, specifically court-ordered ones. That could skew their particular data much lower. And so again, these are statewide targets, not district-specific targets. So it's really important for us to remember that there could be some fluctuation. I like to think about it like I think about the 1% waiver. It's a statewide thing that we're going for, and so there may be some fluctuation in between.
There's a question or comment online.
Maria has her hand up.
Hi, yes, this is Maria Complin, and I am a parent appointee on the board. One thing I want to point out is the delicate balance. If you're talking about the educational environment, you want to be sure that special education is occurring. And sometimes in the classroom, we're talking about students identified for special education. Are they receiving specially designed instruction? Are they receiving special education services in the general ed classroom? And that can be very difficult for it to actually happen, actually take place. So I just think that there's a really delicate balance here, because some things you might see, not just educational impact, but certainly behavioral impact with students that don't feel successful. They might not feel successfully accommodated. Teachers may not have what they need to serve the kids successfully. So a push in statistics on this without a lot of supports and staffing is really difficult to pull off. Thanks.
And I think that's the same thing you were pointing to, is that, teacher prep and toolkit and toolbox
Staffing
is significantly important in terms of moving to an 80%.
I do have a question. So do you all look at numbers in different, so if this is statewide, with these indicators, I'm assuming if you have districts with higher percentages, those are individual conversations with districts at that point to look at strategies and tools?
All that district to see, and again, it would depend on what that district-specific situation is, right? If we're looking at a district with very few residential facilities and super low numbers, we would be more concerned than in a district with tons of opportunities, and we would expect their numbers to be a little bit lower due to the amount of things. Because you've got to remember, sometimes people move places, they take their families and move to be closer to what they need for their child. So that's important for us to remember as well. And again, we're going to talk about resource and residential facilities separately in just a second. So this is just regular classroom that we're looking at right now.
I think too, being able to get that message to parents. I actually just met one of Tamaya's friends this weekend and had a conversation with her parent. And she's only been at Kentucky School for the Blind for 2 years because she was unaware of the services it provided. She thought that her child had to be totally blind in order to receive services. So I think, and very fortunate in Tennessee that when Tamaya lost her sight in kindergarten, her first grade teacher, we tried, our local school, her teacher said, why don't you try this out? Set us up for a tour, and you talk about relocation and moving, and she was 7, but we had a 3-hour, we didn't go back to transportation and staffing. She had a 3-hour, commute each way to school. Here, it's still an hour and a half each way. And you already know I'm having this issue where now I'm walking a mile to the bus stop. I'm on top of the hill waiting on the bus to come. It's dark outside, and it's 6 o'clock in the morning with a suitcase because she's staying at school. And I think, but if we give that message on what these least restricted environments are to parents, it just makes a more informed decision. And that's what really we want to have is informed decision making.
We'll write that down about some supports for parents on least restricted.
Yeah.
Just before we move on, and I'm sorry, but I just wondered if we could request, because I got on Safe Schools just to see, and it looks like you have to be like a person at a school to run some of those visuals. And I would really like to see the data on how you guys look at like I said, minutes of missed instruction. Like if a kid is being put in safe a lot or going, missing instruction, how that's, I'd like to see the numbers for that. And I'm assuming Safe Schools has that. Because you said that's where you find that or look at that. Y'all monitor that, I'm assuming?
Yeah, so we do. It's one of those things that you could discuss as priority setting for the panel is something that you wanted to do, or you all could request us to do presentations on types of things like that. So it's definitely something you could bring to the table when it's time to make motions for those types of things. Absolutely.
And some of the committee work.
Yeah, committees as well. Yeah, could cover that as well. Yeah, absolutely.
And let me be clear, because your concern is that students are missing classroom time, and it's not being documented.
Yeah, I just think it should be transparent to the parents and to everyone, because that's when you know, well, maybe what we're doing is not working, and we need to be at the table, instead of letting it go on and on and on.
And nobody doing anything. Right. Gotcha.
Ready to move on to resource instruction? No more?
And so we are approaching 9 minutes till noon, so just think of a good breaking point.
I think we would probably get through
And
B.
we can continue after lunch, Brian.
Or we can wait.
What's the will of the group? Will everybody be wanting to break at lunch at noon or 12:30? It is 11:52. What's your preference? Does anybody have a preference?
Well,
It may be easier to get through 5 and then break.
Okay, great.
That would help just to keep, so we would start with a new indicator when we come back.
Time isn't on the agenda, so we're good.
Perfect. Okay, cool. All right. So, similar conversation to general education, and remember, we're looking at a 77% target for that, so it's important to remember how all these things play together. In this one, you'll see data maintains pretty heavily. When we talk about this one, this is separate classrooms. And so it's students who are inside the regular classroom less than 40% of the day. So I think of students who are in all-day resource classrooms is typically what you'll see in this section. And so, again, we've maintained about an 8.5% across time. In the group, they felt like they really needed to be, this was the one they wanted to push on the hardest out of A, B, and C, that separate classrooms was really where they would want to see that growth come from, is to make sure that all kids who are in separate classrooms for a whole day or more than 40% of the day are the ones that really should be there, and that we're not holding back students with disabilities who could do more push-in. We're holding them back because we're uncomfortable and not because they're not ready. And so they suggested that the department provide, that they need to provide more intensive supports for students with disabilities, particularly those who are in full-day resource classrooms. and that is a little, some of it is a little bit restrictive. As a whole, they felt like setting a more aggressive goal in this one would ensure that reducing the number of students who are unnecessarily in resource classrooms who don't necessarily have to be there would be, if we set a more aggressive target for 5B, it would ensure that this was a priority in Kentucky and that the message moving forward would be like, we want to make sure kids are where they're supposed to be and where they can provide the most, where they provided with the amount of support that they need, but not too much support that we make them less independent. So you'll see that in this case, they recommended a target of a 6.5% from 8.38, so about a 2% reduction across time. Any questions about resource before we move on?
There is a comment. Sure. It's just to let you know that you can look on the sample cards and you can see the behavior data on the school report cards if you go to school safety.
Okay, 5C is students with disabilities who are educated in separate facilities. And so in this one, they again worried that this baseline was not accurate because of COVID, and that some of those students could move into different categories if districts were provided appropriate resources, and that those were available and provided to districts, that there may be some students with disabilities who are educated in separate facilities. But again, this is not one that's ever going to be at zero because we have students who are court-ordered to some of these placements, or students who will always be educated at school for the blind or school for the deaf. So again, we don't want to set this number at zero because we know that we do want to see that there are places that in a separate facility are really important, that kids have those supports available to them. But again, they less of a reduction in this one, really kind of want to mostly maintain it but drop it from 1.55%, which again they felt like may have a COVID impact, to a 1.25% across FFY 25.
Just some clarification for me. So this would be kind of like the same, we were saying, like some districts don't have separate facilities. So we, I'm not say we, as in like we don't have a facility. So a family would move to another location. So our data wouldn't necessarily say we had other kids in facilities because our families moved to Jefferson County or Fayette County, those kinds of things.
Right.
But is it still, I guess, pulled based on when we talked about it had to be 10 kids in the same, this is just any kid who was coded separate facility in Infinite Campus? Is that how this data comes?
So this is separate schools, residential facilities, or homebound hospital.
Okay, so homebound's in this too.
Yeah, homebound hospital is also included in this.
Detention centers?
Sorry?
Detention centers?
Yes.
Like a correctional facility that was a resident, yes.
And you said separate schools. Would that be your alternative schools too?
No, that's
not a separate school, that's an alternative placement?
It depends on the school. So like a place like the Connected School for the Blind, yes. However, some alternative schools, it would depend on how much the students are interacting with other peers in that classroom. So if it was a separate school that was all students with disabilities.
Gotcha, then it would be separate.
And that it was students with disabilities and general education and it depends. I'm gonna get my t-shirt and wear it.
I was just clarifying, I mean, I feel like that number is a pretty good number.
Yeah, that's what, and I think that's what really the stakeholders kind of came to the understanding was, as well as we're pretty happy with where we're at right now, and so we don't want to reduce it too much more because we don't want to unnecessarily restrict students who need it. Okay, so Mr. Chair, that gets us to indicator 6.
All right.
You want to stop? You want to take a break? She wants to move on.
Let's move on. Just in the end, and here's some rationale. I agree. The rationale behind that being probably this is 12 noon is going to be the busiest time to get lunch anyway. So maybe just a little bit.
What time, how long is it?
Are they open?
Yeah, that's.
They are, I think they still serve, so they're open for a while.
So we're looking about 15 more minutes, 15 to 20.
Yep. Okay, so indicator 6 is just like indicator 5, but it's for preschool students with disabilities. Now, the calculations are a little bit different on these and how they come and look at them. So I'm going to make sure I point those out for you folks. So for indicator 6A, it's just like 5A, it's regular classroom. So again, when you go back, remember they set it at a 77% for a regular education setting for students with disabilities who are school aged. In a preschool situation, they actually were about 2% higher because they say most students who are in preschool actually start out in a regular classroom, so they could go a little bit higher in this case, is what they had said. And they also had mentioned how well over 100 districts met the previous target, and they wanted to aim a little bit higher on this one while leaving room for individualized placement decisions for students with disabilities. In 6B, this one is a little bit different. When you think about 5, remember how we had separate classes and separate facilities were spread out. In this one, they're actually combined, and it doesn't include homebound in this one. So it's calculated a little bit differently than 5 was. So the students who are in separate classrooms, separate facilities, and so in this case, again, that has maintained around 4%, and so they suggested a slight reduction to about 3.5, because in this case, they were pretty happy with where those numbers are currently. But this is a little bit of a weird indicator because it's a new calculation. It used to include 5-year-olds who were in kindergarten, and those students have been removed. And so they felt like that the removal of those 5-year-olds really might make an impact on these data, and so they were a little bit less aggressive when setting these ones because of that removal of 5-year-olds in kindergarten. They actually moved them into 5, so it makes more sense when you think about it. Preschool stays with preschool, and 5-year-olds. 5-year-olds are a little bit weird because there's some 5-year-olds in preschool and some 5-year-olds in not high school, but general school. For 6C, you'll see very, very slight reduction in this one because these numbers are already incredibly low. And so again, you don't want to make it so that districts are encouraged to put students who don't belong there into these types of placements. But this one is home instruction, and I will tell you there's a lot of conversation in the disability community from state to state on whether home instruction in preschool is considered a negative thing or a positive thing. So lots of questions amongst states that states are taking to the federal department to really discuss, like, is this a negative thing? Are we saying that this is bad because they're in home instruction? Some students, and I will tell you, it does not include COVID home instruction. Like, the difference, home instruction is like, think about it like homebound instruction or hospital placements. It is not students who are doing virtual at home. That doesn't include them in these numbers.
Or even students who are, walking in to receive services if they're if they are like in a private school or a home school. It doesn't even include those. It's the most severe students who can't leave the home to go receive services.
Okay. Any questions about indicator 6 before we move on to 7?
This may be an obvious question, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding it right. So I'm in Fayette County, and Fayette County preschool is all-inclusive. Is that not the same statewide?
I was just going to ask kind of what some differences were, because I've never really heard preschool with the opportunities
were inclusive. I
can think of a homebound situation, though, like where we have like a fragile student who wasn't able to come because of this thing, due to surgeries and that kind of stuff, where you would want your student to be virtual. Gave us this option we never imagined, right? She's like participating virtually with the preschool kiddos. So is that what you mean?
No, I'm thinking of 6A. Is there a separate, are all preschools not inclusive?
So when we took the 5-year-olds from kindergarten out, that sort of changed the ratios of the numbers. So a lot of those students in the smaller districts were special education, and so that kind of changed the ratios and made it a little bit harder to make it all-inclusive.
Yeah.
But I guess my question is,
what are those opportunities?
Do different districts have like a resource classroom for preschool? I thought all preschools were all-inclusive.
Some do. And I think it would vary on the severity of the disability. So there may be students that they have to provide those instructions because that's what that student needs. They can't function in a general preschool classroom. So they would have resources available. Or there are some, like I think of students with disabilities who were maybe born blind or visually impaired, or the visually impaired preschool services, VIPS would be part of that. School for the deaf, students who were born deaf who are just now coming to school, it would play into some of these. I would say that would play into 6B more than 6C though.
Okay. 6B also includes residential facilities such as Kentucky School for the Blind or Deaf.
Thank you.
Because those start at 3, right? They can go at 3.
Mm-hmm.
So the next one we have is 7, which is very much like 3. It has lots of targets. So, Mr. Chair, do you want me to move into that one, or do you want, okay, just making sure. Okay, 7 is very much like 3. Again, we're going to have lots and lots of targets to share with you. We're going to review 3 different things. Each one has 2. So I'm going to talk to you about positive social emotional skills for students who enter at expectations and students who entered below expectations. So each one of these 3 top bullets will have 2 to go with it. So we'll have 6 total we're going to talk about. Positive social and emotional skills for students who started at age expectations and students who started below age expectations. Same thing with acquisition and use of knowledge and skills at expectations, below expectations. And then use of appropriate behaviors to meet their needs, students who entered at age expectations and below age expectations. For 7A1, it is social emotional. I believe it's apparently Siri is seeing lots of things. For, I believe A1 is at age expectations.
Yes.
Okay. I was going to say, 1s are at age expectations and 2s are ones where when we talk about the 2s, it will be who entered below. So for students who started at an age expectation in a social emotional, we were at about a 40.18%, and they're recommending a fairly aggressive target in this case. They felt like this was a reasonable improvement across time, but that there was, for students who start at age expectations, that they could push a little bit harder here and get some things. And especially given OCL's priority for, improving instruction and discipline practices for students with disabilities, I believe is, one of the reasons they looked at a more aggressive target. So in this case, they suggested a target of 50.5%.
How do we get this data? How do you get social emotional for 7A1?
Typically on the Brigance is how they're measuring it. There are 4 different, no, not Brigance,
this is
KEDS. KEDS, sorry. There are several different ways that different districts use different tools that are approved.
There are 4 different tests. There are 2.
5.
Oh, 5, sorry. Thank you. And we get this data through the Human Development Institute at the University of Kentucky. They collect the data and provide it to us.
So there are assessments that...
I'm not going to get these words right because I can't remember them specifically, but weren't there some changes for preschool and requirements over the last little bit? Oh gosh, I'm not going to... I'll think of it. It was a specific... Go ahead. So, in 7A2, which is students who, it's the same thing, it's social emotional, but for students who started below age expectations, you'll see that these data across time have shown a significant improvement. And so you will see that trend line increasing, but you'll see that it's pretty much maintained across those 3 years. And so that's what they took into consideration when setting this target. And so for 7A2, which is for students who entered below expectations, looking at about a 2% increase from where they are now. Any questions about social emotional before we move on to the next one? Or preschool.
No.
Seeing none, we'll move on to acquisition and use of knowledge and skills. So I think about it almost like academic achievement when I think of this one. And so in this case, again, for the first one that we're looking at is students who entered at age expectations. And so in these, you'll see that they push students who entered at age expectations a lot harder And so you'll see that in this case, they're recommending a 76% increase, which really kind of follows that trend line pretty closely. For students with disabilities who started out below age expectations, you'll see that it was a little bit less aggressive, and they felt like this one addressed targeted skills and was a reasonable improvement across all of the different local districts, and that it provided for time for improvement by 2025. And again, you'll notice that these are very similar across A as they are into B, so you'll notice that they tried to kind of align what they did in each one of these skills. 7C1 is use of appropriate behaviors to meet their needs. And so when we talk about this, we're talking about students who entered on grade expectations. Again, majors change from 16 to 17, but that was when there was a new assessment included, and so those data are a little bit more accurate is what we feel like is these last 3 years are the ones you really want to focus on. And so they are suggesting a target of 55% in this case. And they felt like the needs of students emotionally and behaviorally was due to the impact of COVID-19, and so that there may be some impact here as well. 7C2 is students who entered below age expectations, and on this one, similar target difference where they recommended a 45% goal because they felt like there was a lack of early intervention services, and that the trauma experience during COVID-19 may actually make this one a little bit harder. I think of Greta tells a story about her grandson who they took him to a restaurant, and he really just doesn't understand. And we think about preschoolers who haven't really been interacting and had to use appropriate behaviors to meet their needs. Is they really haven't been in some of those situations, and so we are going to have to teach this. Really, really focus on this moving out of the pandemic.
Also, just for clarification on that, and as I conceptualize preschool's really, on average with most districts, 3.5 hours for 4 days a week, as I conceptualize it. Because that's also important, I think, when you think about comparing this to K through 12.
Yeah, good point. Yep, great point. Okay, so that's preschool outcomes. I think we could probably get through one more before we get to 12-15, at least. So this one is parent engagement. This was one that we talked about the last time that we talked about these data. And so when you look at parent engagement, they suggested here a 2% increase essentially. I know one of the questions that you guys had asked the last time we were here was, what is that question about parent engagement? And so I brought that survey with me. And so the question that is posed, there's actually, there are 14 different questions on the survey. However, only one of them calculates to this question. So while there are a bunch of questions, these really help us to understand like the why behind what are they saying for the specific question that goes to this. The actual question is the very first one on the survey, and it says, did the school involve you in a meaningful way to improve services and results for your child? There is no definition of meaningful. That's really up to the parents to determine, did I feel like it was meaningful on my end? So that's the question and how it's measured. Again, I know there was a lot of discussion on how we can improve the dissemination of the survey. And again, when we talked about this, the stakeholder felt like the participation rates needed to improve, and the increased numbers could vary the data. So if we get more parents responding, it's very possible we could tank our rate, but we would expect that to happen. But they don't want to discourage districts from sending the survey, right? So they didn't want us to say that we're going to reach it so high or increase it so much that you're discouraged from sending it out to all of the parents. And so you'll see that they did increase expect a slight increase, but also suggested that we really focus on how that survey is distributed, pay attention to which districts are doing it and are there any trends, and really push on that that indicator 8 data to ensure more parents are responding than previously.
What is the response rate, roughly?
About 6%.
Okay.
I don't say, do you see a drastic difference?
It's about 6%. Actually, during COVID, it went up to 8%.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you see, so I guess this is me asking personally, but certain districts with higher percentage rates, like the ways they're sending out, which I know as a panel, we had that conversation too, like how do we get information out? Are there districts that are doing it really well that we would be able to see what that looks like? I just know from my experience.
So we did an analysis when we got our indicator 8 data by, at the state level, but I also did it by cooperatives to see are there regions that are doing really well or better than others? And is there a regional impact on these data? And there are, like Western Kentucky has a really much higher response rate than everyone else, but at their cooperative meetings, they push on this and they provide prizes for their districts, and so their districts are more motivated to send them out. We also really kind of looked at it across time to see how can we push, and I know that part of the discussion around this indicator in terms of improvement strategies that the stakeholder group suggested was really looking at the dissemination of the information and the length of time that districts are able to provide that survey. And it's a bit of a mixed bag because districts really want the ability to, at the end of an ARC meeting, hand the computer to the parent and say, hey, can you fill us out before you go, which sounds great on paper, but parents, the feedback from them is not that at all. They actually don't like that idea because they felt like it was intimidating right after a meeting when everyone's staring at you to fill it out.
Knowing that you filled it out.
You don't know, they know when you filled it out, when you filled it out, etc. And the parents didn't feel like it would be used against them, but just felt like that the practice was a little bit intimidating. So some of the things that we're going to look at in between the intervening years, between now and 2025, is really that dissemination process and how can we improve it to get more people responding, but still maintain kind of the same satisfaction that we're at now.
So, and again, I'm always clarifying, just to get it straight in my head. We want, the 2% is, we want schools to improve 2%, or we want parent participation to increase 2%.
Yeah, we want them to respond favorably. So when they said, did the school involve you in a meaningful way to improve services and results for the children with disabilities? We want 2% more parents to say yes to that question than previously.
So it's not just we want 2% more parents to respond. We want
to significantly increase how many people are responding.
Let me be clear about that.
Maintain that.
Because I think we get bogged down in how we can get them to respond, but we need to keep focused that it's not just response we want.
Yes, favorability. And this measures favorability. So the question for the stakeholders was how can we set that target in a way that doesn't discourage districts from sending it? So really kind of maintaining slight increase and then while pushing on the participation at the same time. Jackie?
Maria mentioned that her recommendation would be in counties that use an infinite campus system mailbox to disseminate the survey. Highly recommend that it deliver to the priority box more important messages than in the general alerts, like you would put soccer games and such. She was able to go back and find hers for her county in a box where she received 211 other messages that week. So that there's another priority mailbox that could be used that may be more effective.
Multiple modes probably too.
Yeah, all things we're going to try and see if we can figure out in those intervening years. How can we disseminate this a little bit better? Okay,
how many more slides do you have?
I have one.
Next 5.
5.
Finish on or go to lunch?
Finish.
Let's finish, okay.
Okay. All right, so indicator 14 is post-school outcomes, and 14 kind of builds. So it's one of those that we'll kind of work you through it as we go. And so you may want to pull out your card for this one. So it's the percentage of youth with IEPs who are no longer in school. If you've ever heard of us talk about the yo-yo survey, which is youth 1 year out, that's what this is measuring. And so the University for Kentucky is the one who provides those surveys. I also have a copy of that with me as well. So if it's something that you're interested in seeing, I'm happy to show it to you across the break and show you what those questions look like. I will tell you the printed version, or I can send it to you if you're online. The printed version includes some skip logic, so they may not see all of those questions because they went one way. It might skip that question. However, it's every question that you might possibly could be asked. In terms of post-school outcomes, the first one is higher education. So the percentage of students who are enrolled in higher education. In this case, they're currently sitting around 17.75%. They really wanted to push on this one and push for additional students in higher education. And so you'll see that they suggested an increase to 21% by FFY 25, and they felt like it was an ambitious target and that there needed to potentially be a statewide initiative to assist districts to reach that target. They felt like it was really aggressive, but it was necessary.
Does that include dual enrollment students?
It's students outside of high school. So
But if they're still in high school and they're taking dual enrollment credits, that could potentially be skewed.
no, those students are not included.
They wouldn't be included in the survey because they haven't
It's
graduated.
students who
Graduated.
left school a year ago.
Gotcha. So where do you fall with those dual enrollment students?
You're still a high school student.
So high school students.
Gotcha. Doesn't reflect them at all.
No.
No, they would be counted once they left.
I would be interested to see what students with disabilities do participate in dual enrollment.
Yeah. Get that.
And this also includes community college.
Yes.
Well, I'm talking about this indicator.
Let me see, do you want the definition? Youth who have been enrolled on a full-time or part-time basis in a community college or college university for at least one complete term.
And I think part-time is 20 hours, so it's, yeah. That's what I remember, is part-time is 20 hours. It's
In college?
well, after they're out of high school.
No.
No,
No,
working.
part-time is 6.
Working is probably part-time.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, maybe
Yeah, well,
my grandmother's in the hospital, I was texting her.
Sorry to hear that.
Sorry.
So yeah.
Maria's added that dual enrollment is such a great gateway to higher education.
Yes, absolutely.
Very much.
Yep.
Okay, so indicator 14B is students who were enrolled in higher education or competitively employed. So remember, you're going to add this to get your number, so they're cumulative. So, when you're looking at 17.7% in 14A, that 17.7 is also included in 14B. You will see that here we're about a 52%. Again, they suggested a more aggressive target. You actually want to see this one increase, not decrease. And we're currently decreasing, and so they pushed that one, and they said that that the state needed to be more aggressive with this target, that they really felt like that it was problematic. They wanted to see most kids being able to go to post-secondary or be competitively employed, one or the other. So they pushed for a little bit more aggressive target on this one at a 57%.
And that is the 20 hours a week.
Sorry.
You're okay. 14C, again, we're looking at cumulative, so you're adding this 52.19%, which included the 17.77. So this one is that who are competitively employed, enrolled in higher education, or who are enrolled in higher education, other post-secondary education, or a training program, or competitively employed, or in some other employment within 1 year of leaving high school. So it's kind of like the catch-all. And so here, it's about a 68%. We will say that in these, you did see a drop across COVID, especially in the 2019-20 school year, because when everyone was getting terminated and fired and let go, so were students with disabilities. And so we do see a decrease there that they did attribute, which is why they kind of took that number out for that school year, because now we're not in that same position as we were in 2019, 2020. But they felt like a 72% was the goal for that, and they said that they were more aggressive with competitive employment, and so they felt like if we were more aggressive with C, with B, it would increase C because of our more aggressive target in B. Because again, they're cumulative, so if we're pushing hard in B, C should improve as well.
Who does this bucket of work push on the most?
What do you mean?
So, is this we're suggested that it needs to be more aggressively approached. Who does that fall on?
In terms, it's really like transition. When I think of like transition, all of the transition work that we do to prepare students with disabilities for post-secondary work is really where that's going to fall.
It's transition coordinators and stuff too.
You can go to UK Human Development Institute and pull up the yo-yo report. It's very, very interesting. You can dissect it by students with the most severe disabilities and so forth. And just to be honest, the numbers are not good at all, especially for students with the most severe disabilities. So to me, where that falls, just being a parent of a child in that 1% is the transition, getting OBR involved, having an actual transition plan. Some schools think transition is just having the student attend their IEP when they're 14. That is not transition. So just if that helps answer your question.
Right, it does.
Really to build more supports into transition and have a true goal outcome other than sitting on the couch. It can be written on paper, but what are you doing to help them actually achieve that?
Okay.
I would say local partnerships too, and different, with different agencies and stuff. Feeling comfortable having those conversations with families, even after school, making those connections.
Yeah.
And something that, just to give some historical context, that I've really enjoyed seeing, there have been members who have showcased, promoted, brought some examples of employers who do promote hiring students with disabilities, and so it was just really refreshing to see some of those examples. There have been members who actually own businesses, and so they brought in examples and showed this is how we promoted it in the community, got involved, and it kind of gained some momentum. So, but I think you're right, thinking about who really is in charge of helping promote that, make more opportunities available, and there is some momentum that you get when you see people sharing, this is just a new innovative way we do it. It's exciting.
Okay, last two. This one is resolution sessions, which are part of a due process hearing. So remember last time we talked about due process hearings and what do those involve. As part of the due process districts and parents enter into what's called a resolution session. It's kind of similar to mediation, but it's really a time for them to get together and talk about it before it gets fully processed through the full adjudication process. So it's a way to see, can they come to a settlement agreement before it goes completely through the process. And so you'll see these data are really highly variable, and it just depends on how many there actually were that year. So it's kind of hard to predict. And again, this 82%, they felt like it was an extreme outlier year, so they didn't actually look at that one so much. And the conversation there was lots of conversation about what is a reasonable, but what it really came down to in this situation for why they suggested 50% is because what they wanted to do is to say to a parent, and the parents felt strongly about this, and we had some advocates in that group as well, is they wanted to be able to say to them, if you take your concern to a due process hearing, there's about a 50% chance that you're going to be able to settle. And so that's really what everyone felt like is a 50% is like it could go one or two ways, but anything less than 50% would probably discourage parents from entering into that, which is why they suggested that 50% was really to say, we don't want to discourage you and say that there's no way you're going to come to a settlement agreement. So let's push to get people to about a 50% settlement agreement rate, so that when we talk to parents, we can explain to them, about 50% of these are able to settle, which is, a reason that parents would consider entering into a hearing if necessary. But also gives districts that flexibility to not have too many or unnecessary resolutions as well for for due process hearings.
Do you know how many due process hearings? I know last year, the most reliable, about on average, what do we have in Kentucky?
So I'd have to get the data for you, and I have them available. I don't have them with me, but I could look at them over lunch. But I believe that last year there was none that were fully adjudicated. And the year before that, there's typically 3 or 4 in a school year. I can get you the exact numbers pulled up during the break.
Thank you.
You still archive some of those older ones online?
Yeah, I have all of them. Yeah, we actually report how many are done on an annual basis, so we can pull them up historically. And then the last one the very last one we'll talk about today is mediation. And again, that's when districts and parents get together to talk about it with an impartial mediator. And so you'll see over time that these numbers have gotten better. 2018 they felt like was an outlier year. The 100% was great, but what you're looking for is how many mediations resulted in a mediation agreement. And so we agreed one thing or another. It doesn't talk about what they agreed on, just that they did agree. And so they felt like maintaining that 75% was a really important thing, because we want there to be more mediations than due process hearings, because mediation is a less adversarial type of dispute resolution. And so they felt like explaining to parents that 3/4 of the people who go to mediation resulted in some type of agreement between the parent and the district was a really good selling point for mediation as a whole. And that was where they really wanted to kind of focus. Any questions on that particular, that's the last one I had, but any questions on mediation before I turn it over to Mr. Chair to talk about them as a whole?
I'd love to know how many go to mediation.
I know.
It's usually like in the 30s. I can get that number for you too. I have it.
I was wondering, why don't they want this to be lower?
So in terms of dispute resolution, you want more dispute resolutions ending in mediation than in anything else. So if you're going to have a dispute, which is, people are going to dispute things, they wanted more people to mediate than to end in a fully adjudicated.
Gotcha.
Because it's less adversarial.
Gotcha.
Great question.
So I don't forget, because I don't want to forget this, you had mentioned that some of the compliance indicators we weren't going over because they were going to be 0.
Yes, they're going to either be 100% or 0.
But you have data on those if we wanted to look at, like suspension and expulsion by race, which was 4B and 9. Some of those were of interest just to see what the data is.
Yeah, so absolutely, you guys could propose as anything to the chair that we bring some of those as well. Today is really just about target setting, but if that's something you guys are interested in, then I would suggest that you bring that too. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to turn it over to you for any discussion related to this, or any type of proposals, or should the team feel like they wanted to make any sort of suggestion or proposal of the target setting as a whole.
What is the will of the group?
I wasn't clear what she was saying.
Why don't we recess for 20 minutes to go ahead and get to lunch, if that's agreeable, and then we can come back and digest this information. If we have questions, we can discuss them then. All right, we stand in recess.
So we'll be back at.
So right around 12:55.
And for the users, participants online, we are going to come back, take a 20-minute break. We'll be back. Just you can.
All the way in.
So just to set the stage before we start streaming, this portion of the meeting will be to ask any questions related to the presentation that we had before the break.
All right, the live stream has started. You're ready to begin.
Thank you, Andy.
We are back in session. Thank you, everyone, for your willingness to grab lunch on site and get back and have a working lunch so that we can keep moving along. For you folks at home, feel free to eat while you join us as well. So at this point, we had just got an update on the SPP APR by Sylvia Starkey, and we were going to have a discussion about that process. So would anybody like to open the floor?
Yes, I would like to open the floor with, if we could propose that we get dual enrollment numbers for students with disabilities.
And you have another?
Do I have a number?
And for those of us who are attending virtually, please just raise your hand to be acknowledged.
And I would also make a proposal for the disability numbers for the decrease in math scores. That's under indicator 3B. Per disability.
Ms.
I
Crump?
was just curious, when you said student, the number enrolled students in special education, are you wanting to look at it by district, by state, by school? I mean, I was just wondering, like, what was available and what you were asking for? Because, I mean, I found it interesting, all of it. What you were asking for.
So I'm not sure if we know those numbers that are enrolled for students who are enrolled post-secondary, whether that's at a junior college or university, if we know the challenges too for those students that are being able to be provided to dual enrollment students. Because they are getting credit as counted as students at the higher education level. But I think we may be missing a number.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I was just curious. And I was wanting to know, too, like, on the school report card, I didn't see that on there, but maybe it is on there. Like, individual school, do they have a report for percentages?
Yes, those are all accessible on the department's website.
All that's available already?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And Ms. Starkey, you had mentioned something about data, and I also want to kind of pivot and talk about, is that dashboard something, is that went live? Does this answer some of our questions?
Some of them, so the child count dashboard, I believe is live. Yes, is live. The next dashboard, the next dashboard that we'll be working on is one for the state performance plan and annual performance report. And then in terms of, we'll have questions about how many hearings and mediations there were last year. So it measures them between July 1st and June 30th. So in 2020, 2021, there were 6 mediation requests, 5 mediations that were held, and 4 of them came to an agreement. In terms of due process hearings, there were 8 requests. 4 of them had a resolution meeting, 3 of those reached an agreement. And then in terms of fully adjudicated, none of them were through the process completely by June 30th. So 0 that were fully adjudicated. And then it looks like there were 5 that were withdrawn or dismissed, 3 that were still pending in terms of adjudication. So about 8 due process hearings and 6 requests for mediation. Mediation numbers are very low comparatively. If I look at them across I don't have them across time, but I can get it.
Ms. Grant? Yes. Ms. Grant, go ahead.
And I just wanted to go back to what we were talking about. I did look on the report card and I knew what I was looking for, so I don't know if I articulated it well or not. And this is an anecdotal snapshot and stuff where I've been a district mental health specialist and school social worker. Where sometimes you might see, especially in that mental health behavior realm, right? You could get called multiple times a day to go like, de-escalate a kid is what you're asked to do, but you end up with that kid for 3 or 4 hours or whatever, and like, and of course that can happen. And then that's when you get, best practices you meet as a team, what's working, what's not, look at that behavior support plan, look at all that stuff. I have seen where that just goes on and on. Do you know what I'm saying? Where there's a lot of people who, if you will, quotes, feel like they're kind of babysitting, that student's missing instruction, but is not being proactive. And I'm not saying that's a widespread issue. I'm not making that hypothesis whatsoever, but I just think it's worth monitoring, like how many minutes they're out of instruction for discipline or behavior de-escalation or whatever, just to keep that from happening, since that can kind of fall through the cracks. A lot of times parents don't know that's happening either. So is there a place that we have that kind of data to get our hands on, or no?
It's either entered in Infinite Campus or it's not entered. I mean,
There's no way
to train them, it is a training issue, and we have trained them a lot.
Now, I will say this, what is input is very, very strongly monitored, not just by the field, but also, there are other departments that also work on that as well. So, the Office for Continuous Improvement and Support also looks at those safe school data as well as us.
And we look at length of time.
We do.
Where the Office of Continuous Improvement and Support does not. KDE actually looks at length of time a student was removed.
Okay, so because I know I've seen in schools like where if you're sent to SAFE, for instance, which is like, in school suspension, for an hour or the whole day, they have to say when you came in and out, and that's entered in IC, but I didn't know, like, for instance, like, many times support staff will go respond and take them in their office because that's what they're told to do, and like, I've never reported that when that happens to me, so that's why I was just wondering how that data was collected, or if you just look at a number of incidents and if it's high enough. I just feel like, and again, it's really one of those things where making database decision making, so if I'm advocating for a child on the school level, if I have a way to point to something and say, look at these minutes or look at these number of incidents, the team really needs to meet, even though I'm not even special ed. but just advocate for the kid and give me data. Yeah. Just to support why we need to look at proactive strategies.
So we look at by number of removals, and districts can disaggregate it even down to the individual student level to see what are all of the information that I have for this one particular kid, so that an ARC team could use those data when determining supports for the students.
But how could a parent or another support staff member involved, how could they find that data? That's
And I was going to say too, and this may help as far as like how it's input. So when you do input start end time, again, if it's input Infinite Campus, you do have to put specific times, and it does auto-calculate. So that if you were to look at an individual's report in Infinite Campus, and that doesn't help the exact question you're saying, but at least on the reporting side, it does calculate if it was a lunch detention, 0.6 of a day. I don't know how the calculations, but I just know from an administrator's standpoint, when you enter it, it does show that so that you can see how many times or the total in order, because then that does accumulate to your 10 days too, all of those things. So I don't know on that end, like a general, maybe on a parent perspective, I'm sure there's a way in Infinite Campus you may be able to pull. I don't know that much about Infinite Campus either, other than how to enter it.
I mean, I don't know that parents have access to this, I'm pretty sure they don't. But anyone else.
Request a report, I mean, it's easy, you could request that individual's report and data for sure.
Yeah, for sure. There is actually a data visualization tool in Infinite Campus.
That's what I found online, and it looked like you had to be like the assigned person at the school to run it. Which I guess
we don't want that out there for everybody.
Right, so I guess it's just something that at a school level, anybody could, as a parent, I guess, could you go and request it as a parent?
You can always, it's student record.
Yeah. Okay. That might be something to look at too, including in like.
Or even in an ARC meeting, typically those things would be useful information to be able to request, is like behavior reports and stuff from Infinite Campus to go into those meetings. Sometimes teacher data is more, detailed. Infinite Campus, sometimes it's all about coding, so you have to find the code that matches it the right way, and then you have anecdotal in there. Sometimes you get in weird situations where if multiple kids are involved, you can only see certain things, because if it has, you can link them in Infinite Campus, like if it's these 2 kids, you can link that, so you have to be careful on
I guess,
what's into
you
that
know,
part.
one of the reasons I wanted to ask this, because like everything you're saying is absolutely right, I just wanted the perspective of like, when that's not being done correctly, that there would be a way that, because monitoring tools help us just keep everybody kind of compliant, following.
Probably a district training would be how you would know if it was entered. You know what I'm saying? Just because we could say, they could, same thing, I could say it.
More of a checks and balances.
Yeah.
Exactly, just kind of like that kind of, you know, that's what I was.
It's gone leaps and bounds in the last 2 or 3 years, to be honest with you, of how detailed it is that has to be reported versus what it had been in the past, versus when it was just suspension or removal versus like lunch detention, ISS, those kinds of things now that are reported.
I think that's probably really important to add into parent education then, as we're getting, you know, that they can request things like that of their children.
So, I know that we have Maria Kemplin who also has a question, so I'm going to recognize her in just a moment and offer up maybe a solution here. Do we feel like that this is data that we can get for our January 13th meeting and determine whether or not we want to appoint an ad hoc committee to look at that?
I don't know how I can get data that's not getting younger than
That's what I was going to say.
Well, I think that twofold here. Like the 3, like our math data that we were talking about, those kinds of things. And we could use that under, you know, either areas of unmet needs or to study a particular data set.
So it's, I guess like the stuff that they put, like the SAPEC minutes or whatever, or is there anything else reported, or is it just Infinite Campus the only source that?
Okay.
And is there a way to report on minutes, but probably just per child, right?
Again, Infinite Campus is a lot of things that I'm not even remotely aware of. I would assume there would be a way, definitely for individual, to be able to see how much time out of class a kid is, if, like she said, if it's reported in Infinite Campus.
And I guess I'm thinking for macro data for us, though, you know, there's probably not any big picture data on it.
So there's not like a way to report in Infinite Campus from a teacher perspective if a student just needs a conference for 5 minutes out of the classroom. There's zero way for me to document kids out of the classroom.
No, there is. An administrator, it's just this, it's a district determination on who enters what, but yes, you just may not have the rights to do it. But there, yeah, if I pull a kid for a conference, yes.
That is an option apparently, but like, currently, as a classroom teacher, I have no way to document.
Which is probably accurate in most cases, in a sense of what, because
I have more permissions than most people to see data and documents, but I don't have any way to input that. And I don't know. I understand what you're saying. That would be valuable information, because conferencing 25 times a like, that's obvious.
I mean, it just drives intervention, it drives getting help for the kids.
But I'm thinking from a classroom teaching perspective, if I know my kid is needing all these extra conferences and extra help, then obviously that's the time we're coming together as a team and what's going on, and we're, you know, we've already contacted parents, and like, I feel like they're involved in that process. So I see what you're saying, but like, yeah, I can't imagine that just having conferences and kids in a 5 figure, so.
I've just seen that multiple things.
Okay, Ms. Starkey, you've had your hand up.
As a suggestion, we can bring together what we do have and bring it. I don't know if we'll have the exact thing you're looking for, but we can bring together what it is that we do have and bring that to the next meeting.
And then we can look at maybe assignment of an ad hoc at that point. And then also any trainings that you said you've trained them all. So any kind of trainings or slide decks, that would give us the information that we need to determine how we might be able to better get this information out to classroom teachers, to parents. So is that possible?
Yes.
All right, and so we can have those by the time for our January 13th meeting? Yeah? Awesome.
Yes.
Okay. And we had one more, and then we need to move on because it's 1:15. So,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Request as the interpreter, could we request that people put their masks down?
Thank you, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that's just a reminder. Maria Kemplin, I just wanted to make sure and reiterate your comment that you wanted as much data and information on 3B and mathematics as possible. Is there anything you would like to add in addition to that, Maria?
I just wanted to add that it seems like this is a significant data point that we've heard mentioned in the last 2 meetings, and I think the ability to go a little deeper on that for us to have a fuller understanding is really important.
Okay.
Yes, thanks for that. And so something that I think of, Amy Patterson is our IDEA Part B data manager, and she takes data requests as well. We have a lot of information, and so I think what is best is to think about how you access the information in various places and what you may not have access to as you come up with questions and areas where you say, I wonder how this relates to students with disabilities. Do we have access to that information, or how do we get to it? And that's kind of where Brian was leading to say if we could try to organize that, focus topics in committees, and then figure out where we get it. And Amy helps us figure out where to find it.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Sullivan.
I'm going to pull it for presentation.
So while Joe's pulling that up, we're going to talk to you about the State Systemic Improvement Plan, and we're going to talk a little bit how it targets mathematics. But I do want you to have patience with us because we are going to try to describe to you around 6 years worth of work very briefly, enough that we can meet our goal of today, which our goal today is to share with you our proposed target and to just allow you an opportunity to provide us some feedback on that target. So this is going to be very brief. If there's more you want to know once we're finished, I absolutely feel free to ask questions, but just know that we could get on the agenda later to go deeper into the work of the asset. Okay, so you're going to hear me say SSIP. I'm going to warn you right now, that means State Systemic Improvement Plan, SSIP. I'm going to try to say it out every time, but I'm so versed in saying that acronym. SSIP is the State Systemic Improvement Plan. Real quick, let me introduce who I am. I'm jumping ahead to the content. I'm Veronica Sullivan. I am the director of the Division of IDEA Implementation in Preschool. And
hi, I'm Amanda Waldrop. I'm the assistant director of the Division of IDEA Implementation in Preschool.
And we oversee the State Systemic Improvement Plan, which is Indicator 17, which is why we're talking about it today. It aligns with what Sylvia described to you already. So I'm going to give you just a little bit of history background on how we got to where we are today. Around 2013, the Office of Special Education Program, they came to the conclusion that focusing solely on compliance was not getting results for students with disabilities. And so they adopted a new accountability framework that really focuses on balancing results and compliance when you're working with students with disabilities. And as Sylvia shared with you, there are results indicators and there are compliance indicators. And what they really wanted us to do as states is really look at those differently, not just focus on those compliance, but to really look at pushing on those results, because that's what's important for students with disabilities, is seeing those results. So in an attempt to balance, they charged states with coming up with a broad plan that would address results for students with disabilities. So what they had found in the past, the indicators, we had those indicators that Sylvia shared with you in the past, but what states used to have to do is if there was slippage, you would have to come up with an improvement strategy, if you will, for each of those individual indicators. And what OSEP learned is that it was very fragmented, that the indicators were not connected, and really they truly are, because we're talking about results for students with disabilities. And so what they wanted us to do is to figure out as a state how to look at the whole state performance plan, all of the indicators, and really focus on getting a broad systemic change for those indicators. And that was sustainable. And so that's when indicator 17 came along. So in that analysis, states had to start off with looking at their data, like I said, across all the indicators. And we dug deep into the data, and we brought together stakeholder teams. Sylvia's talked about the fact that this indicator has our own stakeholder system, and we truly do. Amanda's going to talk a little bit more about that. We brought together stakeholders from across the state, multiple professionals, parent groups, and we sat down and we analyzed that data and came up with a goal, which we call a state identified measurable result. So it's a measurable goal, and this is our goal. So I'm going to talk you real quickly through what this all means and why we chose that. So our goal is to increase the percentage of students with disabilities performing at or above proficient in middle school math. You saw the data. You saw the data that Sylvia shared with you. We were going back to 2013 when we were analyzing this data, and as you can see, we haven't made huge gains, but that's where we started. And so you can see in 8th grade, it doesn't look so great, but it even gets worse as they go to high school. So we decided on 8th grade, because you'll see here that we're working with elementary and middle school teachers, targeting both elementary and middle, but we will measure at 8th grade. So if we work with teachers in elementary school, we work with teachers in middle school, we have all of that time before we actually measure 8th grade. And then high school, we didn't want to wait that long. We wanted to make sure that the students had those skills that they needed going into high school to try to improve high school as well. We did a lot of analysis and determined that teachers needed support in order to effectively implement practices in the classroom. And so that is what we focus on. We focus on providing professional learning and technical assistance to both elementary and middle school teachers around implementing evidence-based practices. And so you'll see positive behavior interventions. That was recently added because, again, we continue to look at all of our indicators, and we have been working with teachers on evidence-based practices in mathematics, but we realized that if students are removed from instruction, then they're not going to benefit from those mathematics evidence-based practices. So when we work with our districts, and Amanda's going to explain a little bit to you about that, we help them analyze their data to determine if they need to focus on PBIS or if they need to focus on math evidence-based practices. In general, most districts will need to focus on improving math practices, but there may be instances where their behavior data will tell them that they need to address that first. Okay.
All right, so to help us meet the goals of the SIP, we work in what's called a transformation zone. And so a transformation zone is really a slice of our education system. So when I say slice, we're talking about a representative group of regions, districts, and schools. And so this is a little bit different from a pilot in that with a pilot, you typically test an initiative or a program within like a few districts, and then you scale directly out across the state once you've tested it within that small group. For a transformation zone, it's a little bit different. What we're doing is a gradual scaling process. So what happens is we are testing what we're learning about in terms of supporting teacher practice in mathematics. We're learning what's working well within each of those unique contexts within regions, districts, and schools, and doing a gradual scale-up process so that we continue to learn more and more as we go. And then as we learn more and more, it goes faster and faster as we start to scale. And so within our transformation zone, we have ongoing stakeholder engagement. And so what that means is we have linked communication all the way up the education system. So for example, schools can report any type of barriers that they're having around implementing those evidence-based practices. They can report it to the district.
who then can report it to the regional cooperatives, who can then report it to the state, so that we can help provide support on implementing evidence-based practices in mathematics. And so for our focus here today is we're focusing specifically on our targets for the new state performance plan. And so we're proposing to align to indicator 3B, proficiency in 8th grade mathematics. Previously, our SIP targets were aligned to the broader agency targets for all students, but based on analysis of proficiency rates, we determined that it would be best to align to indicator 3B so that we can provide a more statewide focus on mathematics proficiency rates for students with disabilities. And so OSEP's requirements specifically in terms of targets is that they be rigorous but achievable. They're also improvement over baseline and set with the advice of stakeholders, which, as you can see today, through that process, that those would be met by aligning to indicator 3B targets for mathematics. And so Sylvia shared a very similar slide with you all earlier. This is the same target for indicator 3B 8th grade mathematics targets, and so we are proposing to align to that same target. And so that is what we have here today. So again, that's going to help to ensure that we have that statewide focus on mathematics in 8th grade. All right, so I know we threw a lot at you. Do you all have any questions?
So, yeah, I do.
Sure.
With your selection of indicator 3B, PBIS goes up.
So, we still have the target of improving 8th grade mathematics.
Right.
So you can do that by, again, like I said, there will be certain circumstances where districts will analyze their data and the root cause of their math achievement for students with disabilities may be behavior. And they would choose to focus on PBIS and still look at math improvement. So our target of 8th grade, improving 8th grade mathematics doesn't change. The evidence-based practice option changes. They can choose PBIS and math would kind of be their secondary training for teachers, or they can solely focus on math evidence-based practices to improve those math outcomes.
So with indicators 3B, from 4th grade, 8th grade, and high school, we only see the decrease, of course. With high school, will you also be able to provide, based on the disability, how those students are faring?
So we're going to utilize the same data that Sylvia shared with you. So what we're proposing is that we align, because previously, like Amanda explained, I did not mention we're working in the general education setting. So when we are working with teachers, we're working with teachers who support students with disabilities. We're focusing in the general education setting, and the reason why, when you look at indicator 5, our least restrictive environment of 80% or more in the regular classroom is 75%, and it's maintained around 73 to 75. So when we were making the determination of what our target would be, we also made the determination that we would work with all teachers who support students with disabilities, but we would focus on general education setting with this work. So 3B, what she shared with you is the same data. We're going to be looking at the same data. We have other data measures that are not reported to OSEP. We have implementation data. We use implementation science in this work. So we have multiple implementation measures that we take, but those are not reported as the accountable target to the Office of Special Education Programs. It's 8th grade mathematics that's reported.
I still find it interesting that you still chose 8th grade because it's still increasing, where the decrease is high school.
So we did have multiple conversations.
Yeah.
And we did. Yeah. And there is arguments from stakeholders in all levels, I'll be honest. There were folks who thought we should start in preschool, which you can't dispute that. The younger you start, the better results you're going to have. So we had all of those conversations about what grade we specifically wanted to target, and there were multiple reasons why 8th grade came up. Preschool, we have the outcome data, but we didn't have a statewide assessment. So 4th grade, 3rd, 4th grade was like, we thought about that. Then we thought about what was going on in high school, and if we target 4th grade, then we're too far away from high school. So, and if we wait until high school to take that measure, then that's a little too late. So we talked it over with a large stakeholder group and really determined that 8th grade is sort of that compromise to try to get as much as we can. Does that mean we do not work in preschool and elementary? No. Does that mean we do not work in high school? No. It means that the target that we set that's reported to OSAP is 8th grade.
Veronica, how long has this SIP work been in progress?
About 2013 is when we originally started to pull the very first team together.
So it was in about 2013 that you all decided that you're going to focus on math?
Yes.
So this information here is just after the fact from, they had already made the decision. And you picked beyond implementation now, or not?
Yes, it is a multi-phase, multi-year plan that OSAP has developed. So in 2013, we started, I guess, from zero, right? And we were given a year to analyze data. And then the next year, we had to plan. We had to write a plan. And then the next year, we had to start to write our evaluation, right? And started to take some data on evaluation. So implementation science research says that it takes, in the best of circumstances, 3 to 5 years to implement any kind of change. And the Office of Special Education Programs recognize that they truly want systemic change from states. So we are currently in the evaluation phase, and so we have had a couple of years of evaluation. And as Amanda described, it's a gradual growth. So we have some districts who have been with us from the outset. So around 2014, 15, we started taking on our first districts. And so they have grown their district teams who have then expanded to multiple schools within their districts. They started with one school, they worked with that school, then they grew to the next school, and that's how it's been growing across the state. So to see statewide impact on your targets, it takes a while.
Right. And I know they have provided presentations in the past about those specific districts who have participated, and it showed some of their gains. It's really interesting to see that, but now we're at a place where we're saying, how do we scale that up, and how does that roll out statewide? And so if you have the big picture and then you kind of zoom into that to think about, well, here are the certain districts that participate, here's their progress, and then how can we get more to do similar type things? Is that correct?
Yes.
So what do you guys anticipate with like the change in COVID and virtual options? We know that, education is rapidly changing. Over the next 5 years, we're going to see dramatic changes. So what does this, even as, I feel like as a panel, like decisions that we make, is there capability to come back to this? Because we may see crazy things happen in the next 3 or 4 years in education. And some of the work you guys are doing, do you think that is going to impact it and change it at all? Or are there other things you guys are looking into? When you think about scaling it up, but also knowing that all the moving parts are going to be moving real fast in the next little bit. So
yeah, and obviously just like districts, we had to try to think about how do we continue this work, considering that districts can't engage in systems change when their system has been disrupted. And so what we did is we focused on developing competency of teachers. So typically what we would do is go in and we would work with district leadership to first establish their teams and get them grounded in implementation of an evidence-based practice and how they're going to support their teachers. And then the district is the one that really initiates and leads that teacher training and support. But because of COVID, we had to redirect and go directly to teachers because that's the only access we could have at that time. But what we did not do is stop. We did not stop because we needed to continue to try to improve math outcomes, regardless if there's a pandemic or not. And we do know that teachers need support and help, and so we just shifted. And the state took more of a leadership role in trying to support teachers with evidence-based practices.
And I'm just curious to what degree the pilot or the beta districts that you all selected elected to focus on PBIS.
So we have not had many because we're in the, I would say, the infancy stage of that. And again, there's a lot to this. And if you want us to come back and talk more about, we've got a whole dashboard that measures all of the implementation data and what we take them through. PBIS pieces of that dashboard have not been developed yet. We're just starting that. And we're just training our regions how to take those districts through that data analysis process to determine whether PBIS or a sole focus on math evidence-based practices is needed. Like I said, we just added that last year, not this round. Yeah.
And one thing I wanted to add about, you had asked the question about high school. And as Veronica said, we're working with districts on implementation science. So once they learn that process, they can continue to apply it to additional grade levels, to additional content areas. So if they start to look at their data and say, well, we have a really great need in reading, they can start to apply those same exact practices for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in support of your decision, Veronica, I think if you don't get middle school, 8th grade, figured out with their math, you can't build on a bunch of loose stones. I mean, it just doesn't happen. I think that foundation, you could go lower, but I think it's better just to go smack in the middle, or you can grow, you know, go further. That was a good choice.
Other questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so our next agenda item is on open meetings and Robert's Rules of Order, core concepts, and all right.
Come on and sit by me.
Shared for everyone. Appreciate you being with us, David. This will be very helpful.
About 3:30.
Good. Everybody hear me okay? I'm just wearing a headset, so I'll probably either be too quiet or I'll be shouting at you. But tell me if you cannot hear me and I can speak up or go back. One of the things that John had talked to you about was both of these concepts, and he had done your orientation at the last meeting that we had in Louisville, but was talking about it kind of from a very big picture national perspective. I wanted to go back and kind of hit this to give you a little bit more information about state law requirements on open meetings and then on Robert's rules. These may be things that are old hat or very familiar to some of the folks in the group, which may be new content for others of you. So I've tried to pitch this kind of in the middle where I either wasn't assuming that you had a lot of familiarity with it, but if you did, you know, we'd have an opportunity to kind of get it out there for you all to talk about and ask some questions. So to kind of start you off here, the first slide talks about the Open Meetings Act. Kentucky put this into place based on a public policy determination by the General Assembly, basically that the formation of public policy is public business. So this is something that should take place out in the open, subject to public view, not public participation necessarily, because that's not something that's contemplated by open meetings, but out in public where people can see what's going on as you make decisions. So that's kind of the policy that underlines each one of these statutory provisions.
May I take point of personal privilege. There's an emergency going on at home.
Yes, sir.
Dr. East, will you take over as president? I'm going to step out.
Yeah.
You need Brian, need help?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so the Open Meetings Act also, and up here in the corner, I've got kind of what the specific talking about refers to if anybody needs to look any of this stuff up. The definition section talks about, well, what is a meeting? And a meeting is basically any kind of gathering that you have where you've got a certain number of folks involved in it. It can be a video teleconference. It doesn't have to be held at a specific or at a fixed location. One of the things that will pop up is, does that count as a casual gathering? Well, if a bunch of school board members get together at a homecoming football game and talk about the business of the board, that's a meeting. It's a meeting even if it violates the terms of notice and things like that. So you just have to assume that meeting is written and is intended to be pretty comprehensive and pretty broad. So that's the reason that you get such detailed agendas for these meetings, and even like when we changed the room for this one, you got a supplemental announcement about that, because we've got to announce what kind of meeting it's going to be, where it's going to be held. And that's so the public can participate, as they see fit. Okay, so the definitional section, well, what's a public agency? What makes me think that you all are subject to this? Well, the public agency definition is fairly broad, but it's anybody that is created by or pursuant to state or local statute. So this is created by federal law, but also pursuant to executive order, which is how you all were appointed to this. So for that reason, it seems appropriate to apply and to assume that all these provisions apply to your all's work as part of SAPEC. So we were talking about teleconferencing, and that's the way that this meeting today is being conducted. The statute defines teleconference in a very particular way. It's a single meeting that is occurring in 2 or more locations where individuals can see and hear each other by means of video and audio equipment. So when it talks about 2 or more locations, this may sound counterintuitive, but the way that this works for the purpose of the law is each location where someone is participating by video conference right now is considered a meeting location. And there's it's not recent, but there's an older Attorney General's opinion, an open meetings opinion, that basically says that each place where you have this, you're supposed to put the agenda up. If somebody's at their home, they're supposed to have the agenda posted there because that's a public place for the purpose of this particular meeting. So this is very narrowly defined, and there are a number of technicalities that apply to this. So exceptions to open meetings. I talked a little bit before about, any time that you have a quorum of the group that gets together at SAPEC or any other public agency for the purposes of this, at which public business is discussed or action is taken, that counts as a meeting. So back to my homecoming game example. Let's say that the school board goes as a group and attends a football game for homecoming. Typically, as long as they can probably even sit together, as long as they do not discuss any public business, as long as they don't talk about, hey, when we meet next week, here's how we're going to vote. It's possible for you to occupy the same social space or otherwise, but you can't use that as an excuse to essentially surreptitiously conduct or plan public business that you'll take at the next time you're in a public meeting. Now, this is listed as part of exceptions here. There are exceptions that typically apply in cases like of litigation. If this particular board, it's very unlikely, but let's say you all were involved in some litigation, needed to hear from the attorney who was representing you in whatever that litigation had to be, you could go into a closed session, and there are certain formalities that you have to observe to do that. But you can go into closed session to receive legal advice, to talk about employment actions that would involve you all, that could. And then you come back into the public portion of the meeting to take action on that. So there are exceptions, but none really that I can think of that would apply to your all's ordinary conduct of business here. The schedule of regular meetings to be made available. This is kind of what we were talking about with the agenda and the meeting notice. Meetings to be held at specified times and places, need to be convenient to the public. Doesn't have to be the most convenient place for the public, just has to be convenient to the public. One of the reasons that it made sense to move into this room is because it was large enough that if somebody from the public came, they could actually enter the building, they could come in, they could view the meeting without violating, what you think of as kind of mitigation efforts and things like that. You can keep them 6 feet away from the group and so forth. So it doesn't have to be the most convenient, but it has to be convenient. And we also talk here in section 2 about, you have to have the schedule of regular meetings. That's an item we are going to take up a little bit later today, something you talked about at the last meeting. So, video teleconferencing, this is the really specific and detailed piece of this. A public agency, this group in this case, may conduct any meeting through video teleconference. But there are a number of very narrow things about this that have to be complied with, and that's part of OSIL's role here, is helping make sure that you all comply with open meetings on this. If you're going to have a meeting by video teleconference, the notice that you give has to say, here's the type of meeting that is contemplated. You could not, for example, just announce that you were going to have an in-person meeting and then at the last minute provide a video teleconferencing opportunity, because that wouldn't give the public notice of what you were doing. You have to identify what the primary location is, where everybody generally can see and hear as they can in this room. Same procedures with regard to participation, distribution, shall apply in all video teleconference locations. So that's why at the beginning of the meeting we talk about, when you vote, you have to be on camera. Probably a closed question whether you need to be on camera all the time if you're participating in a video teleconferencing meeting. Because if you think about it, you all are all visible and can be heard right now. If you've got some members who are not able to be seen and heard, does that violate this? Kind of a closed question. So could possibly be subject to challenge on that. And here's one of the trickiest parts of it, but is the law. Any interruption in the video or audio broadcast of a video teleconference at any location shall result in the suspension of the video teleconference until the broadcast is restored. Well, what does that mean? Well, there are 31 members of SAPEC. So let's imagine that you had a meeting where you've got 4 people who are participating through video teleconference, and somebody's got internet trouble. If that person has internet trouble, what the law requires you to do is to interrupt the meeting, stop the meeting, until that person's service can be restored, until they can be both seen and heard. And then once that person's able to get back online, audio and video capability, then you can resume the meeting. It is not an easy thing to comply with. But I think that what we've got to assume is because the General Assembly, as a policy matter, decided that they wanted all business to be conducted publicly, it's very consistent with that to say, hey, you got to stop until you can resume compliance with that. So complicated, difficult, doable, but requires a lot of very robust video teleconferencing ability, really good internet capability. One of the things that have been talked about, I think, at an earlier meeting is historically SAPEC, back before the invention of video teleconferencing or such reliance on that, would occasionally have meetings moving at different parts of the state. That may or may not be something you all talk about, but what we know is under the current state of the law, if you did make that election, it would have to be based on the ability to provide video teleconferencing, even if you were at some location that did not ordinarily have very robust internet service. There'd have to be some way of conquering that in order to conduct the meeting that way. And if a problem arose during that, somebody has a power outage, you got to stop the meeting. So if we had been 8 minutes into this thing today, if Sylvia had just gotten started and somebody had internet trouble, and they were still out, we'd be sitting here waiting for them to start again before we could resume the meeting. So kind of a tough provision, but clear, I think. So
we actually had that happen the first meeting.
Okay.
And we had to suspend the
We were shuffling around, yep. Dave remembers that.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. Okay, so that's that particular provision there. Minutes to be recorded. You are doing a good job of taking care of that. Essentially, minutes have to be taken at every meeting that include an accurate record of votes taken, actions that are taken. So part of the record that you're making is motions that are made. Who seconds those motions? Whether you're having a roll call or a voice vote on those, all that's been recorded and has to be made available to the public or for public inspection at reasonable times, no later than immediately following the next meeting of the body. Well, that's why you all reviewed and then voted upon the minutes from your preceding meeting, so those can then be made publicly available. Conditions for attendance. This is a really long provision here, but here's kind of what I'm after with that. Essentially, the body, SAPEC, cannot establish any kind of obstacle that would prohibit somebody from participating in a meeting as an attendee. Now remember, again, there's a distinction between being able to attend the meeting and sit in the back and watch and observe that versus, hey, I have a question. I'm a member of the public. I'm a stranger to SAPEC. I'd like to talk to you all. Not really a provision for that. But open meeting says, you can attend that. Well, what this means is essentially you've got to have a big enough room with sufficient lighting, with sufficient ventilation, sufficient acoustics, all that other kind of stuff, where what you're doing can be seen and heard by the public. And you can't block people from doing that by saying, well, we're having a meeting, but you can't come in unless you sign in and give us your name and your address and why you're here. That's been attempted in times past. The attorney generals of whatever party have consistently said that frustrates the purpose of the open meetings law is to establish anything that might be an obstacle. So you cannot require people to identify themselves to attend a meeting. There are some complications, some kind of mitigating factors that the Commonwealth is dealing with right now in terms of mitigation and things like that. So for example, in some situations, you might have to sign in to gain entry to a building, but you don't have to sign in to gain entry to a meeting that's being conducted inside that building. So I think that's kind of the distinction that's being drawn there. So how's all this stuff enforced? It's a law. What happens with that? Well, essentially, there are a couple of administrative procedures that can be followed in the event somebody is dissatisfied or thinks that the open meetings law has been violated or laws have been violated. Really, the way to think about this is if somebody is dissatisfied, thinks that the law has been violated, they file a written complaint with the presiding officer of the agency. So in this case, it would be your chair, your co-chair, and then kind of in descending order there. They have the opportunity to review that, to take some corrective action, to give feedback. Yes, we agree that we violated this. Here's how we're going to fix it in the future. No, we don't think we violated it. We see where you're coming from, but we think you complied. So they issue a response to that. That then becomes a final action of this agency, of SAPEC. And if somebody is dissatisfied with that, they can appeal to the Attorney General's office, who then can issue a determination about whether they agree that the law was or was not violated and can prescribe essentially corrective action at that point. So that's the way that gets enforced. It doesn't happen a lot. In most years, there are probably a total of maybe 40 opinions that are published, sometimes not that many, by the Attorney General's office saying, here's what we think happened. Most of the time when there is an appeal, it goes directly to the agency, which then acknowledges fault. Typically, the opinions, a lot of them, what you'll see is a consistent fact pattern where somebody's really, really interested in some topic of conversation that is going to be a recurrent theme at a meeting, and they're very persistent in wanting to attend and very serious about enforcing their rights. So that's how a lot of those things bubble up. If you think about the thousands of public meetings that occur in the state, that's a pretty small percentage of them that are actually appealed in that fashion that ever bubble up to the Attorney General. But it's out there in case people are concerned about it. So this is an advisory that the Attorney General's office issued a few months ago. And what it was directed at was audio teleconferencing. During the hotter days of the pandemic, there was some allowance made that permitted audio teleconferencing that would allow public bodies, public agencies to take action to meet if somebody could just call in. Well, I'm on my phone, I don't have video yet, it wasn't as widespread as it is now, so there was some provision made that permitted people to participate just through audio. That's off the table now. So essentially, the current state of the law is we are back to that full panoply of protections and rights and obligations under the video teleconferencing. Audio only is no longer an option. So to the extent that this group were to entertain video teleconferencing, it would include all the things that we covered a few minutes ago. And the last thing is, why am I badgering you all about this? Our role, OSIL's role in this is essentially to make sure to help you all comply with the Open Meetings Act. So in the event that you've got a video teleconferencing meeting that goes offline in one of the locations, my role, the responsibility of the staff here would be to say to the chair, to the co-chair, whoever the presiding officer is, you're in violation of the act. You need to halt the proceedings until we resume, as you all had to do at the earlier meeting. So that's kind of what our role is. We don't necessarily, and candidly, don't really have the authority to tell you, here's the way that you need to conduct meetings. What we are responsible for is making sure that you understand what the law is, warn you when you're about to violate that or when you do, and give you the opportunity to correct that. So that's kind of what our part of that is. So before I move to the kind of the parliamentary procedure piece of this, I know I covered a lot of stuff and I'm talking really fast. Does anybody have any questions about the open meetings piece of this that we've covered?
I had a quick question. Can you all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as far as the video stuff goes, does the person have to have a camera on to be considered in the meeting then? If audio only is not allowed?
Well, with audio only being disallowed, video teleconferencing, it's got to be a consistent two-way communication that you have going. Basically, there's a little bit of division of authority on this. There are folks who think that you just need to pop up at the time when you cast a vote or when you take some action as a member of the panel. I think that the better authority on that is that you would maintain a presence as though you were in the room, which would have you with your camera on. I've not been able to find anything that clearly interprets that one way or the other. But the more conservative approach to that, the safer approach legally, is probably to keep the camera on all the time.
And I think when I think about that, we want to ensure that the public sees that it is you that is making a comment. Without video, they don't know it's really you.
Right. And it's also an issue in terms of maintaining a quorum. You'll see things where, you lose a quorum because somebody, drops out, somebody's no longer visible. So, yeah, there could be issues with that. That's a really good question, though. It is.
Danny, do you need to know who that was that asked that question?
Yes.
I thought so.
This is Jason Jones from HDI.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So, any other questions on the open meetings piece of this?
That's a question.
I was just going to say, from a practical standpoint, if I'm thinking, and I don't know if Jason was getting at this, if you're in a place, we know that people live in places where their internet connection's not great. The reality is sometimes I have found, even here in Frankfurt, that I've had to, for whatever reason, had to go just camera off because otherwise I'll drop. So it's, one is there's a practical standpoint of, yes, internet connection. Ideally, I'm going to have my video on all the time. I guess the second piece to that was the question around, if I'm having problems with my internet as a member, can I also, out of respect for the group, after I've tried to deal with it for 15 minutes, and let's say the group says, we're going to wait for you, can I say, if you have quorum, can I bow out at some point so that it no longer becomes I'm holding up the rest of the group? Is there a problem doing that or not?
What occurs to me about that is that the risk that you could run that way is whether you've now changed the type of meeting that you're holding. And if it does that, let's say that you elect to opt out because you're having connectivity problems, but the bulk of the group of quorum is, say, in person, but then you've got a few people who are video teleconferencing in, The issue is, to me, if you've announced it as a video teleconferencing meeting, and let's say that either that you're the one who makes the quorum or otherwise the teleconferencing people drop out and it's now an in-person meeting, you've changed the public's access to it. You haven't given notice of the type of meeting you're now having. So it's not like a special call meeting, or it's not a manipulation or a change or a modification of the agenda. It changes where the meeting is taking place. Because to the extent that the law says that each of those locations is someplace where the meeting is being held, now it's not being held at a place where somebody's now dropped out. It's a tricky thing, and it doesn't sound very practical, and I would have trouble defending it in that way. I think the letter of the law would say that the more conservative thing would be to, kind of be all in or all out on a video teleconference.
And I think that's what David wanted to share the information with us, because if you feel like that's going to be an issue, then you need to consider
whether it's,
this group needs to consider how that plays out.
Example, we've had a tornado, and we have people that could be on our, right now, who normally have pretty good internet connection, but this might have been a day where they opt out. Even if they thought they could get on, they opt out because they don't want to, for whatever reason, hold up the rest of the group.
Bishop?
I just was wondering, how do we let the public know we're meeting?
So what happens is the Department of Education issues public notices of meetings that are going to occur. So after Joe works out what the agenda is going to be and the date and the time and has all that stuff pulled together, notice of that gets distributed through the channels that the department uses to announce every other public agency meeting that occurs here. So the same channels that the State Board of Education uses, SAPEC uses. So essentially, there's this one big pipeline for every one of those. The Commissioner Student Advisory Council, all the different ones go through that same channel, and it's through the communications office of the department that all those flow.
And so David gave an example, too, of we changed the location of this meeting. We were going to meet in the Commissioner's Conference Room. Well, Friday, we looked around needing more space and better meeting space. We found this. So we had to go through that whole channel of communication and say, hey, approve this okay, send this out. And communications had to send out that announcement saying the location of the SAPEC meeting has changed from the conference room now to the...
Do you know what channels they use, just for any parent or,
They publish it to the website. Back in the old days, you essentially would put up, and they did occasionally actually put up a paper notice on the front of the building that said, here's when this meeting is going to be held, and gave information. It essentially is a replacement for that. So it goes up on the website as soon as it's made. It's on the landing page for the department, is where they'll pop up, and then there are links to those. It'll disappear after a while, but there are links to each one of those.
And I think it actually used to be connected with the old newspaper way of doing things.
Yeah,
and so the web technology now replaces, this is where the common location on the KD webpage where things are posted.
Right.
Tanya, go. Change of command.
Right, I'm back. Thank you all for your patience and indulgence.
I had just paused after finishing the Open Meetings Act slides and just had taken questions on that. So.
Okay. One of the things, and because I had to step out, but did we talk about how the committee structure needs to work today?
We have not yet. I was going to try to touch on that.
All right.
Here in just a second. But I can do it now. It's fine too. One of the things. No, that's fine. One of the things, and it probably is a more organic fit in the open meetings piece of this rather than the rules of order piece of this. The Open Meetings Act applies not just to the public agency as a whole, to SAPEC as a whole, but also is going to apply to any committee or subcommittees that you all may choose to establish or may establish through bylaws or otherwise through action. So, in a practical matter, here's what this would mean for you. If you stick with committee structure, or as you work through a committee structure, if you're meeting in person, what you do is each one of the committees essentially follows the same open meetings requirements that you do when you meet as a whole. Someone chairs it, someone calls a roll, you take action inside that meeting. So each one of those is kind of like a miniature version of a public meeting. So that's kind of the way the committees work. Where that can get complicated in kind of a hybrid world, or what is until recently been a hybrid world that is kind of clawing its way back into in-person, is if you have committee meetings through video teleconferencing. Each one of those committee meetings then has to comply with the video teleconferencing provisions that are written into statute for larger SAPEC. So the example that I'll give you is this. Let's imagine that you've got a SAPEC meeting, you've got 3 committee meetings that you want to hold as part of that, you've announced it, and it's being conducted as a video teleconferencing meeting. So now what you've got is, when you gavel out to go into the subcommittee meetings, and commonly, like the State Board of Education, those will meet simultaneously. Well, when you do that, if you're video teleconferencing, each one of your committees would then be subject to all of the video teleconferencing requirements that apply to SAPEC writ large. So each one of those will have to have video teleconferencing capability that they've got going all the time. They'd have to have somebody monitoring that who could interrupt the action in the event that somebody lost connectivity during the time of that. Same requirements for staying on screen or available throughout the time of your participation. And you need to have that going on simultaneously at each of the spots where you had a subcommittee meeting. So let's say that you did that today and you had 3 of them going in 3 different rooms here. We would need to be able to staff up 4 different spots for you while those were all going. And then we'd be able to would have to monitor each one of those to give you feedback in the event that you lapsed into some non-compliance because of the technology problem. In the event that you didn't do those simultaneously, you could do them sequentially in order to maintain compliance with the law. The meeting would go longer because you'd have to meet one after the other if you could only staff up one location and only have the video teleconferencing stuff at one location. But you could do it that way to comply. It's just a matter of, if you were to do that simultaneously, and you just need more gear, and you need more people to kind of help you supervise that and keep that running. So doable, certainly something that is technologically possible. There may be some, you all would need to make a determination about whether you thought that was a practical way for you to proceed or whether instead you would prefer just to do those, as a live opportunity rather than attempting to comply with all that. Does that kind of address that?
Yes, so just so I'm clear, so in addition to the administrative support, we would also need to have interpretive services available in each of those separate areas.
I think you would.
And so as we approach our work today, the way I understand it is when we do the subcommittee portion, we would have to conduct that serially, right?
That's right.
Okay, so we would go around the table with each of those committees.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be your best bet for today, just to be sure that you comply.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions about that piece of it? There's a really important part that I did not address when I talked before. Okay. I'm taking up a lot of time, but I'll try to pick it up on the second.
We're working all right on time, but we are going to need a little bit extra in the committee part.
David, I got a question.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's about the minutes because if I miss the review of the minutes and you did a correction, I asked Danny about it on break and we didn't know. How do you go about that? You may share it in the Robert's Rules of Order, but I know you gave a little snippet on the minutes portion.
Okay. What you could do is you could move the chair essentially to take up the item out of order, or you could ask for a point of privilege to revisit an earlier action that the body had taken.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so there are a couple of different ways to do that. But essentially what you would do is get the attention of the chair, wait until called upon, and then move to revisit it, or as a point of privilege to address that again.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
We want to encourage all members to feel welcome to provide that sort of input. If you feel, I'm sorry, we need to hold each other accountable.
I was trying. I did a great time.
You didn't use the elbow.
That's what it was.
I would have needed it.
Yeah, that's brilliant. No, but I just want to make sure all members know that you feel comfortable in providing your input on all of the information we have. I try to make sure you have access to information, but everyone makes mistakes, and so please feel free to just bring that up, and Brian will address that, we'll revisit, we'll get new information to you, but we want to make sure that we're meeting your needs to the fullest degree, so.
Great. So Robert's Rules of Order, as I said, probably familiar to most of you or many of you, but if not, I'll try to hit this kind of quickly. Essentially, what these rules establish is parliamentary procedure, kind of the way that you're going to run, operate the meetings. And it's just a set of rules for the way to conduct the meeting that tells everybody, lets everybody know what to expect, how to participate. And in the event that, you have an emergency, somebody's not able to chair, somebody has to chair on a one-time basis or otherwise as today, it gives you kind of an expected way that things are going to proceed in terms of the business of SAPEC. I think it's particularly useful when you have a larger group like this. SAPEC has 31 members altogether, so some way to formally keep order certainly is going to help you there. Typically, you have a fixed order of business. An example of that is not unlike what you're doing today. You have a call to order. You have a roll call of members present, reading of the minutes of the last meeting. It's possible under the rules to dispense with that if you have something non-controversial, you have a very brief meeting. You take up unfinished business as you have today, take up new business, any announcements, what you're going to do for the next meeting, things of that sort, and then you formally adjourn. So it's just kind of a way to tell you what to expect in terms of the order each time you get together and the way that's going to be handled. How do you express yourself during a meeting? You all have been doing this, but just a bit of a reminder. You essentially make a motion, you move a motion, you propose something for the entire membership of the group to do. As an individual member, you can make a motion, you can second a motion made by another member, you can engage in debate once recognized by the chair to go back and forth on any particular issue, and then of course you vote on motions. How do you present a motion? The first thing, and this is pretty basic stuff that you all have been doing, I think, you obtain the floor, you wait until the last speaker is finished, you get the attention of the chair, Mr. Chair, he calls upon you, she calls upon you. At that point, you're recognized to speak. You then make a motion. You can always say, I move that we, accept the minutes of the last meeting. You either wait for somebody else to second that motion, or the chair will call for a second to that if none has been made. If no one seconds your motion, and this occasionally happens not in this group, but it'll occasionally happen in other bodies. Someone will make a motion, there's no second. If that happens, the motion dies for want of a second, and that just means that the body never votes on that particular issue. But assuming that you get a second, just about always you do, chair restates the motion. We've got a motion on the floor. It's been seconded to adopt the minutes of the last meeting. He then takes a vote on that after making sure that nobody wants to debate that. And you then move to your vote. You can do voice vote, which you've been doing today. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed nay. You do a roll call vote. Typically that doesn't happen unless you've got a controversial thing on which each member wants to stake out a particular position on it, possibly explain and call upon the reasons for casting the vote that they did. Or by general consent. If you're talking about something that's completely non-controversial, the chair, in her discretion can say, basically, if there's no objection, we're going to adopt this. So she would have the opportunity to do that. But if somebody does object to that, you can then take a more formal vote on that, either a roll call vote or otherwise. And that's it. Any questions on the parliamentary procedure piece of that? That's kind of old hat to you all because you've been conducting meetings in that way. Probably something we could have got to you a little bit earlier, but maybe just a good reminder for a good way to kind of tick through that. But you do always have the opportunity if, as she had mentioned a moment ago, you missed some piece of it, you stepped out to get more coffee while something came up. you really need to be heard on that, you really have a question about that, you can always ask the chair to be recognized and can then make whatever comment, she seems, or she feels is appropriate. She may limit your time, but will give you some opportunity to do that while maintaining order. So I think that's it. Any part of this that I've not covered that you'd like to spend some time on, or ready to move on to your next item? Okay. Well, I'll get out of the way and let you.
Thank you for doing that.
Thank you for doing this. That's extremely helpful. Okay, so the next item that we have on the agenda is to discuss our 2022 meeting schedule. These will be 2-day meetings. Thursday would begin at 10 a.m. with open forum around 5 p.m.
This would be on January 13th, right? Because we know that's our next meeting.
Yeah, January 13th is the same meeting time as we had today.
Here at the 300 building in the state board room.
Yes. And then that was a special called meeting, if you'll recall from the notes from our meeting in November.
10:30 to 4:30?
10:30 to 4?
Would be the same time period?
Yeah, we were saying
3:30, wasn't it?
10:30 to 3:30, I think is what we had said.
So the next dates for our meeting schedule are February 17th and 18th. And based on the discussion that we had in our last meeting, that would take place at the Frankfurt Capitol Plaza Hotel, because that is during the legislative session.
What's the date of that again?
February 17th and 18th. It would be here in Frankfurt at the Capitol Plaza Hotel. If you come off of 53, it's the one where it used to be the Holiday Inn.
Yeah, it used to be by the tower. It's no longer there, by transportation, right there. As you come off the bridges. And mention the times. Did you mention the?
Yes, Thursday begins at 10 a.m. with an open forum around 5 p.m. And Friday begins at 8:30, and we conclude business at noon, so that you would have time to get home in plenty of time.
Tell us again what time on Friday, I missed it.
Noon.
No, what time does it start? 8:30.
8:30.
So one full day Thursday, half day Friday. And the open forum is typically the evening of the first day.
And we need to plan to stay for the open forum on this meeting.
Yes.
Right, yeah, okay.
And you all need to think about how to communicate and encourage and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I've got notes on that when we get to the subcommittee stuff. Our next one I'm proposing May 19th and 20th at General Butler State Park, and that's in the northern area of the state, right?
East.
It's where?
Carrollton.
Carrollton, so northeast.
Yeah.
Yes.
What'd you say? Where?
General Butler.
19th and 20th of May. I mentioned that too.
Oh, you want to? Or you can ask them.
Okay, the next one is at August the 18th and 19th. And that would be at Lake Cumberland State Park. And that's the south region.
Or Dale Hollow.
Or at Dale Hollow, which is far western Kentucky.
And I'll just add this context, as we try to be geographically distributed for these meetings, knowing there are 4 quarterly, and knowing the legislative session is usually Frankfurt, the November meeting is usually Louisville, somewhere close to CEC. That gives you 2 meetings to distribute. So on a 2-year rotation, you're looking at, northeast, west, south. So if you do the north, south, then do east, west the other year. And so be geographically equitable on how you distribute that. General Butler is sort of northeast, and Lake Cumberland is south. But
Somerset.
Yeah, south-ish, and west is Dale Hollow. And keep in mind your chair is from West Kentucky too, so he's come over here a lot more.
Yeah, come on home. And I would be willing to entertain a motion on that specific location. either Lake Cumberland State Park, which is around Somerset, or Dale Hollow, which is far western Kentucky. It's further western than I am. At the lake.
Dale Hollow? Dale Hollow is like right below Russell Springs, right? Like Russell Springs is where Lake Cumberland is. Dale Hollow is just south of there.
Russell Springs.
Evansville over there.
Yeah.
So it's far.
Yeah, Dale Hollow is only 2 counties over from.
A little bit farther.
Weston County.
Dale Hollow is like below Lake Cumberland.
Okay.
It's definitely not far western Kentucky for sure.
Aha.
Oh, see?
All right.
We messed that up.
So if it's the will of the group, we just keep with Lake Cumberland.
Yeah.
And then
So
we need to look for a west part.
We did. I have a motion on the floor from Dr. Coles.
I'm going to rescind that.
No, don't.
The motion's been rescinded. I will entertain a motion.
Oh, Amy made the motion.
Amy made a motion?
I didn't make any motions, did I?
You did? I thought you did.
I mean, I seconded yours earlier before we got into where Lake Hollow was, but that was
Okay, so the motion, that motion died for failure of a second. The next motion was rescinded. So I'll entertain a motion for the location of our August 18th and 19th between Lake Cumberland, Park South, or Dale Hollow.
I move that we have the August 18th and 19th meeting at Lake Cumberland.
Dr. East made the motion.
I'll second the motion. April Miller.
April Miller seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion passes unanimously. And then finally, the fall conference is November 20th to the 22nd, and that is the one that we went to in November. Now, we have had some discussions about, and we talked about this a little at our last meeting, about having our meeting in advance of the fall conference so that we can take advantage of attending conference sessions ourselves. The thing that we would need to make sure of is that we would not have a quorum in the same schedule, so that would need to be coordinated, right? Does that make sense?
We just didn't have 50% of the group attend one session.
Our bylaws, it is, a quorum is based upon a simple majority, 51% of our composition. And the composition of our panel is set out in federal statute, that we are required to have two things, well, more than two things, but one, a majority of people who are either a parent or someone with a disability, and so it's 21 members. So what's happened is that there were more people appointed to the panel than is federally required. But in order for these bylaws to outlive this period where our group is so large, and I think we do need a large group right now because we're doing a lot of work. So it would be no more than 10 attending any one singular session. Does that make sense? So the fall conference will likely be more days, just in terms of being able to meet before the conference, have an open forum that happens around that conference, and then for members to take advantage of all of the sessions that are going on at that conference, because it is a very nice conference. I used to attend as the director of special ed, so.
So probably the 19th through the 22nd. So at least a full day of prep.
Yes.
And decision making to what sessions it will attend.
All right.
So you would do the Thursday, Friday prior to?
Yeah.
The conference?
Well, I don't think the session doesn't start. The sessions start on Sunday.
Yes.
So if we were to come up on Friday night, Then we could have our business on Saturday. And then we would be free to participate in the conference beginning Sunday at noon. So we would meet Saturday and then Sunday morning until the opening pre-sessions.
Yeah, until lunch and the session start at 1. I got you.
I mean, I personally think that it would be good for us. There were sessions this year that I really would have liked to have attended. Okay. Do I have accepting these proposed dates and times in the form of a motion?
I make a motion, we accept the proposed dates and times.
Tracy Brewer made the motion. Do I have a second? Second by Dr. Coles. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
Who would you do the open forum?
The other thing that I do want to talk about is the open forum. I would rather have that happen on Monday evening when there are no sessions going on. What are your thoughts?
So what time does sessions end?
It's like
the sessions end like
6.
Yeah.
Y'all remember when KYCEC sessions end on Monday? Is it 6 or 7? Jared's looking it up.
Okay.
It's around that time.
I want to say it's 5:30, but we just make sure.
Thank you, Jared. But that's a good
So
idea.
we will send more information, and again, we can amend this calendar if we need to do that.
And I will add this
later
context. So what I'll do is take this information and with Angie and Pam, our office, we will work to communicate with the parks to see if they have availability, a conference room and lodging. And then if they don't, we'll need to bring it back to chair. Brian will bring it and say, Lake Cumberland's out, we got to pick a different one. Then but this is a start for us. Jared, go ahead. 4:30 earlier than I thought. So.
Okay, so potentially, we could do that on Sunday if we wanted to. My only hesitation with saying we would do that on Sunday is that some folks do not attend on Sunday and they wake up and get there on Monday.
And I would interject and say that I wouldn't do it at the end on Monday because people are ready to go home because it's going to be Thanksgiving weekend.
And my only thought related to that is if we do it in the morning or during the day, we may have parents who work other jobs who wouldn't be able to attend the public forum. So it is something we do want to think about.
Maybe if we do a lunch and learn meeting forum, if we
have had an open forum around 1 o'clock, that's worked okay.
I want you to put a pin in that, and we'll take a motion on that as well because we do have a motion on the floor. Other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Okay, the motion was on the floor. Mr. Slayton, will you remind us of what the motion was?
I'm actually confused on which one it is.
I didn't make it.
Okay, we had a motion on the floor to accept the meeting schedule as presented.
So that was passed.
Mm-hmm.
And so now we're trying to determine about the
open forum.
Okay, is there a motion?
Okay, there's not been a motion. Okay, excuse me. I'm a little rattled after my call there.
So is there a motion regarding open forum?
Dr. Ace, would you like to make your motion?
I move that we have the open forum at 1 p.m. and have a lunch open forum session.
Which day?
On Monday, November 21st, 1 p.m.
All right, I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second that motion.
Are there, I'm sorry, are there sessions on Monday though?
Yes.
So we would not be able to attend any sessions?
So it would be a lunch and learn, but typically that's when opening remarks and is it at 1 o'clock? What happens this year at 1 o'clock?
So the general session, wraps up around noonish, and then everybody breaks for lunch, and then I think sessions start back up around that 1 o'clock.
1:30.
1:30ish, yeah. So,
do you want to amend your motion?
Yeah, let me amend the time on that motion to whenever we get the particulars, but do an open forum lunch and learn.
That would start at noon.
And that would start at noon.
after the general session.
Okay.
And it would occur concurrently with our ability to eat lunch, and hopefully we will have more people that participate, and we will discuss that in the committee structure.
So we second that motion.
Dr. Coles made a second. Any other discussion?
So what was the
Ms.
one?
Lavin?
What was the one when you were saying Friday night and then Saturday? Is that
Okay. Now that one was approved, that we would come up on Friday. The dates may change is what I was trying to share, is that we would come up on Friday night, or if you live locally, show up on Monday at 10 o'clock. We conduct business to around 5, and then Saturday, and then Saturday begin.
Read day 2 of the meeting on Saturday.
Sunday morning.
Sunday morning, yes, until the sessions start. So it'd be 8:30 to noon.
On Sunday.
On Sunday.
Since the conference begins at 1.
And then, we could go right into sessions. We could have sessions, we could participate in the sessions the next day. And then when that opening session ends at noon, we could have our meeting, this lunch and learn, beginning at that time and ending in enough time for us to be able to go to the either 1 or 1:30 session. So we have
I'll make sure I have it right. People come in and meet a full day on Saturday.
Yes.
And then they stay overnight, and then they meet the morning of Sunday.
Correct.
Then the conference begins at 1, and then the open forum is during that lunchtime after the general session on Monday, correct? Right. Saturday, Sunday, into the conference.
Yes, Ms. Sullivan.
I'm sorry. Typically, the Yes I Can Awards, where many parents are attending, are during that lunch period after the
That's right, that's going on simultaneously, right?
lunchtime. That's when they do it. I just wanted to let you know.
And that's what the governor was involved with, helping hand out those awards at lunchtime.
Just saying.
Yeah, somebody from your department presents the award, right?
No, not necessarily, but that room is typically, we go watch because, it's good news for students. We like to see that. But their parents and families are in the sessions and stuff.
Forgot about that.
That's a good point.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor that we need to either dispense with or move forward. So,
In my motion.
Sorry.
the motion has been rescinded.
I was saying,
Okay.
you could just think of your open forum times.
Do I have a motion that we table this until our next meeting to determine when our open forum is as it relates to the fall conference? Slavin made the motion.
Second, East.
Second by Dr. East. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, great. The next, thank you for that. Well, we might be able to work with that. We have time. The second is, the discussion that we had about the structure of our meetings. We need to move forward on a discussion about that. So do I have a motion on the floor or from the floor to discuss how we are going to conduct those moving forward, given what we've what we've heard from Mr. Ricochet.
I move that we open the floor for discussion on open meetings going forward.
Okay, so we have a motion to suspend the rules and have an open discussion about the structure of the meetings going forward.
Second.
This includes people online
Second.
as well.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The floor is now open for discussion.
I'll just put it out there and I say, when we, prior to the pandemic, I know we need to be flexible, but I'm pretty sure in some of our other organizations that we're going to more of an in-person format. So we have to make adjustments. So I'm for in-person. I don't know where none of these places are in Kentucky.
Till at the end of the year.
Some are better than others.
Oh, sorry, y'all. So I support open in-person meetings.
And I guess as a point of clarification, because I don't want to make this too complicated, we have our open meetings for the full panel. However, are they called subcommittees? Eventually, thinking about those, do those usually happen during this time frame of the 2-day meetings, or do they happen outside of that?
They have historically happened within this meeting. So if you notice here, our next agenda item is SAPEC Committee Organization and Planning. And so since we are in, and that was with a clarifying question that I had from Mr. Rickerson, was that today we're going to have to do that serially, meaning that we're going to have each committee get together around this table and conduct their business in terms of electing someone as chair, and then move on to the next subcommittee. So we can't do those simultaneously because of the structure of this meeting. If, in fact, we do move to an in-person only, then that allows us to have the communications group to break off in one area, the parent involvement to break off in another area, and then we come back and present the discussions that happen in the committee with the full panel.
My concern, obviously, is I think we'll be missing out on some folks that are going to have a hard time committing to even what we've put on paper with coming to these meetings.
Sure. And while we certainly want to be mindful of that, and if individual members needed any kind of additional supports, we can certainly make those accessible. However, I do know that if we do have a virtual or live stream, that it would take a significant amount of additional resources to make that happen.
Point of clarification, and maybe this is, how do I say this gently? If everybody's virtual, meaning everyone's virtual, and there's not two people meeting in the room together, is there still the ability to meet so that you don't have to have some of the equipment and some of the other things if we're all on Zoom or all on, you see what I'm saying, versus none of us being in? Because I'm thinking about when you get to those small subcommittees, there may be times when those small subcommittees may be difficult for some people to meet, but I'm looking at how you could alternatively have some subcommittee times happen, and they could still be posted, open, but it's all virtual. Meaning, Joe would log, if he's going to be one of the people that helps, he logs in from his desktop or whether it's at home or wherever, and everybody else does the same.
So a point of clarification for me, are you saying for the subcommittees?
Subcommittees in particular.
May I call on you to answer that question? That's a little bit above my pay grade.
We do have a comment online.
And we have a comment online as well.
Okay. So my understanding is that essentially if you're going to have,
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm glad you called. If you're going to have any part of it as a video, you can't essentially bifurcate the meeting where part of it is live, part of it is video teleconferencing. So the entirety of the thing has to be either one or the other.
Oh.
So if you
Can I interject here? Because
This would still be live.
you're getting real close. We're going to get to the middle.
Yeah.
So what he's asking here is that if subcommittees want to meet in between these sessions,
Okay.
then and that be a virtual only option,
Okay.
is that permissible?
Yes.
It is permissible. However, what I'm understanding from your presentation is that if any member has any kind of technical difficulties, the meeting has to suspend. No action can take place until that person gets back online. Is that right?
That's right. You could hold an exclusively video teleconference committee meeting in between the larger SAPEC meetings so long as you publicized that that's what it was going to be and followed all of the open meetings provisions affecting a video teleconferencing meeting.
So the only, getting to the more effective piece, it makes it a little, you don't have to have said camera. The only other thing you'd have to have is just accessibility of
Interpreter.
Meeting platforms.
yes, meeting platforms and interpreters as needed too.
Correct.
What about the public?
Well, you'd have to have some opportunity for public access for it. So if you conducted it via video teleconferencing, then what you have to have in addition to the provisions for each one of the participants in that, you would also need to be able to live stream that. And I'm really glad you brought that up because that's something I omitted when I was talking about this earlier. And it's just an error on my part. One of the other critical pieces about video teleconferencing is what is the public's opportunity to view a meeting that is occurring. Live streaming is kind of a hand in glove with video teleconferencing. So if you conduct it in that way, each of the members could be exclusively online, and that would work out fine. You could do it that way. It'd have to be policed in some way so that if somebody dropped off, you could pause until you got them back on. But you need to make provisions, say, for the interpreters. The other issue you've got is you'd have to be able to live stream that because otherwise the public would have no access to it.
Unless they were invited.
And that's why we've included,
Or the same Zoom, or if it's made.
that's why we've included Andy and Megan on here for live stream. And so if we did these on site, we're not doing that.
But what you would not be able to do is you would not be able to invite specific people to that. It would be a public meeting essentially would be you could show up and be able to participate in it. So at a minimum, you'd have to have live streaming where you would also, in addition to, let's say you had 3 people on the committee, you'd have those 3 individual sites, then you'd have to have a 4th site. Either you'd have to publicize what the live streaming access was so anybody could do it, or you could possibly, I guess, host it here as a 4th site for it. But that's kind of the other piece of that. Is that responsive to your question?
It is. It's very responsive. It's also the reality that's happening in other parts of state government is not
Doing that.
not doing it because there's not enough of what you just described to do this.
It is.
I mean, it's not happening. The reality is.
And that's one of the difficulties that you get into, I think, when you are going, when you're working really hard to try to comply with the letter of the law and that. It's possible that not everyone's going to be doing that same thing, but I think our obligation is to tell you what the law is and how you can comply. Mainly just because I don't want to risk the possibility of you're all inadvertently violating the law and then being subject to an appeal to the governing the body at that time, an appeal to the chair or the co-chair to resolve that, or worse yet, an AG appeal. So, okay.
And who is it?
And Maria had her hand up as well, so I can just let her have her.
Okay, Maria Kemplin.
Hey,
You're right.
thank you. I wanted to suggest that it seems like the work of the committees might be handled very efficiently through online collaboration. I mean, certainly we get decision fatigue at a certain point in an all-day meeting, and then adding breakout sessions to that, might compound that disadvantage. The other thing with the meeting online with the work teams, we could schedule that more flexibly. We could do some communication through shared documents. I mean, it would really lend itself nicely to collaborating if folks are open to that.
And thank you for that. And is that what I'm hearing Ms. Kimberlin say is directly kind of what you're saying, is that, once we get outside of these marathon meetings that we're having here, I could see that would be a viable solution. We would have to communicate very clearly with the folks at the department, so that if it was conducted, it would need to go through their office to make sure that we had an opportunity for people to meaningfully participate.
But
right?
aren't we notifying, we're giving them a year in advance notice on some of these meetings. You're not asking for any, you're not, it's not like you saying, I need, even with January's meeting, it's still 4 weeks in advance.
Right.
And it's 2 days. You're not asking for 2 weeks.
And you make a really great point, and one that I wanted to talk about. And since the rules are suspended, I'll just do it now. David, just come over and choke me if you need to. But, we've talked a lot, and one of the things that I've heard as an overarching issue, both in these in-person meetings and those participating virtually, is that we need to actively and proactively get our stakeholder engagement group going ASAP. So that would be working with people who, might be partners in special education or directors of special eds, co-ops, members of the department. And then the parent involvement, that's huge. That has been the biggest issue that we have tackled just in reflecting back on our work, was how do we get more parents here? And that forum that we had in November was brutal. And so we need that parent involvement group to really think about how can we meaningfully get people to participate and inform us on any kind of work that we can advise the department on. So I just kind of want to put that out there, that the committee work is big work. So yes, we would just have to communicate it clearly and make sure that we have clear communication going out to parents and to stakeholders so that they can notify parents. The floor is open.
Any comments online?
I definitely think if you can figure out an online option, you're going to be able to keep more people engaged. I just think that, especially because, we all talk like COVID is over, but it's not. And it's, we have a lot of situations where, people aren't going to want to be engaged. And I think that parent group especially, we want to engage them, but they're probably going to be a lot apprehensive about coming to a meeting in that situation anyway. I don't know what the logistics have to be to figure it out, but COVID's not over, and so we need to stop acting like it is. It's my opinion.
I agree, Jason, and,
Okay.
I think...
Is this Ms. Brewer?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Okay.
this is for, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I agree, and I think, and I see it from both perspectives. It is a hassle, but in that, and I love efficiency of time more than anybody, really, I do. But I think if we collaborate via Google Docs and things like that, I keep going back to the very first slide that Mr. Rickersham shared was, we're to be open to the public. Wow. And collaborating via email is not open to the public. And we just don't even want to give the impression that we're trying to do something that doesn't allow access to everyone. It's more of a hassle. It's not as efficient. But I think we have to very much go the opposite direction in transparency. And that is to be even more transparent that wasn't very clear the way I said that. So, you just don't want somebody to come along and say, well, they do everything by email. We never see the emails, and there's a trust issue to be overcome.
Sure.
And so, these are long meetings, and I get that, but I think we've got to make them accessible. And then we're trying to reach parents who are raising children with significant disabilities.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes just getting a shower during the day is a challenge, much less saying, hey, come out on a Sunday night. Oh, we know, like tomorrow's school and you've got, lunch to pack and you got to get the wheelchair ready and you got to get their backpacks packed, but that's when you can come. That's when our open forum is, so
well, we were
do
looking
it or
at,
don't do it. And
we were looking at Monday at noon.
but no, I understand that, but just in general, our mindset.
Yes.
I'm not being specific about that. So just our mindset has to be, if we want parent participation, we need to bend over backwards to make it possible.
And so one of the other discussions that we had at the last meeting was that there is an opportunity for people to address the panel also in advance in writing. So we could set up some tools and structures so that people can participate remotely. The thing that we couldn't do, it's fine for us to communicate through emails because we're not making any decisions, right? We're sending out all these documents ahead of time. What can't happen is you can't get together and meet without having that be an open meeting. And you can't make any decisions as a group about what you're going to do. That being said, we can have a standing agenda item at the very beginning of the meeting where we say the chairperson for the communication or the parent involvement committee would brief the panel on discussions you've had, and then have the time at the end of the meeting where you can work more on making decisions as a group in a meeting that's already been advertised as open session. Does that get?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
I just think, I just think we need to be as available as absolutely possible.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I think Tracy brings up a good point, and it got me to thinking more. It may require us to meet more, but if we do both, we could do, if we did a virtual meeting, like say we're not meeting in May. If we do a virtual meeting in March, we're not meeting in March. If we did a virtual meeting on the alternative months that we won't meet, just to see what kind of response that we get. If we can't figure out the open parent sessions, maybe we hold only those open parent sessions virtually in that capacity.
Okay, that's an idea that I want to add on to, and I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying. So, as members, as representatives of your group, the way I see it is that individually, you can host open sessions with folks to bring concerns to you as a panel member, correct? So it's just, you guys, if you decided today, hey, in my area of the state, I'm planning on having an open forum, and I want people to come to me as that person in my area, that can still happen. So, can it still happen? Look, I said it can. Can it still happen?
Yeah, you're not convening.
Right.
You're not convening where you make decisions. And one of the things that you've got in place, this may be a terrible analogy, but it's the best one I've got available to me. So when the department is promulgating regulations, and the department has a regulation that it's going to put out, it opens it for public comment. There's a public comment period during which folks can submit by email whatever concerns they have about that, whatever feedback they have. And it's my understanding that you all have established a standing open email account through which you can receive public comment, public feedback, what have you, whether that comes in with or without a meeting. So you have established a channel where you're open to receive communication from the public, not just on any specific agenda item that you have, but more generally. So you do have that pipeline available to you where public comment can be directed. If you all have a constituent who wants to share something with the group as a whole but cannot attend a meeting or something like that, they do have that opportunity. And that could be, you could conceivably have a standing agenda item where as someone, as the chair's designee, shares the content of that or indicates what the issue is that's been captured there. So that would be another way that you could continue to use an existing channel that you've already created to take in public feedback, even if it's not specific to something you have on any given agenda. The difference there is in our regulatory process at the department that's time limited. Here you all kind of established an open pathway on that, and because that's neither a meeting nor a quorum of your group getting together, it's not restricted in any way in terms of what people can submit to you there. And it would be up to the leadership of the group to make a determination about what information from those communications to share. You can summarize that if you chose to, but that may be another option for you there, would be to direct kind of channel public comment into something you've already put in place.
Right.
That's just a thought.
That sounds great. And again, if you want to do those as an individual member and say, I'm going live on the social media channel, I want feedback from you at this point in time, that could also happen as well.
I think so.
So does the overarching panel have to sanction a certain number of those?
No.
Or, okay.
No, you can meet with your constituents as often as you want to, and that's really what we're here for. So, I think, having those routinely scheduled just through your committee might be beneficial because we're from all over.
Mm-hmm. And then it would make it very valuable when those members would report out what the information they had received from their constituents. I think it might make that process meaningful.
I think it might be better because the other thing is that I sensed at that meeting that we had in November that there were in fact people who were interested in what the work we were doing and who may not have felt comfortable coming into that room surrounded by a bunch of people at the table who they didn't understand as just, we are the same folks they are. So it may be a better way to get input.
The only thing I would add is just kind of where David was pushing us is to be consistent with what we're doing. It can't just be a member going off and then they're doing it every day. And then one member only does it once a year. You got to get a feel for how are we consistently, equitably providing access to our...
And that's what I mean by the overarching panel sanctioning either time slots or periods or some kind of order to it. So it's not just...
So, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Brewer.
Sorry. We could look at our geographics within the whole panel here and say who's in the Lexington area, who's in northern Kentucky, who's in western Kentucky, and then we collectively say once a month or once a quarter or whatever. But then I do think also just to, and maybe I'm overthinking this, imagine that. But I would think too that we would want to make sure how to respond to certain things because no one wants to speak out of turn or commit. We need to know what behavior and how to conduct that.
Okay, so that is absolutely, can we work together on those or, okay. Yeah, that's a good point. To gather some norms and some minimal expectations of how that might look. We have an online.
Kathy Shepherd-Jones had to log off.
Kathy Shepherd-Jones had to log off. Any other discussion? Ms. Bolander?
Doctor, I'm sorry.
Dr. Belinda, thank you. And if anybody else is a doctor in here, please let me know. I'm trying to be people, and I'm all but dissertation right now, so I understand.
Wait.
That's right, that's right.
I guess my question is, so as a teacher, I would be reaching out to teachers to solicit their input, questions, whatever. Okay, so I guess my question is, because I don't know how this is done in the past, like how the information's been gathered, like and I have some experience with reaching out and communicating and getting input.
Sure.
Like this, so, like I know what avenues I would take, but like I'm not exactly sure. What are we utilizing to get the information out that hey, we love your input? Like what has been used, what hasn't been? Like are we working with PTAs or co-ops or disability support groups or?
So
really good.
yes, it is, and I want to say that as somebody who had served on this panel previously, those open forums look a lot like that every time.
Okay.
So when you say, have we already done that? I think we're at an inflection point right now where we do something about it. And we leave that to the expertise that is sitting around that table and who is participating virtually now to lend to that process. And my process is probably going to be different from yours. I might have Google Forms, to solicit input, or I might put on my account that I'm a member of the SAPEC and I would like to have your feedback during a, Zoom chat or something like that.
It seems that in the past there was a form, articulating SAPEC's, goals and objectives or something like that, and then some lines to write on for public forum.
And there was some energy at one point, I know, and I think you were with this, you were on there too when tried to push social media campaign. So where we tied that in.
Are you good at that? Are you on the communication committee?
No, but I think that she and I hate to speak out of turn, Dr. Belinda, but I've seen you rally a group of people together.
I can rile people up, I think is what you're trying to nicely say.
And represent their voice.
Right.
What are their concerns in a true, honest way?
Yes. And so then we have meaningful input from parents who can't come in person or from other constituents that we need to advise, teachers, paraeducators, transportation folks. There are ways that we can get that accomplished in a manner that is far more efficient than an arbitrary open forum where we don't conduct any business whatsoever.
Right. Just look at each other.
And then if we come back as a group, we would have time for the chair of each of those groups to come back and report out. These are the discussions that have taken place, and these are the concerns. And so when we do have the ability for somebody to show up in person built into these, then we have some action that we can take if no one shows up. And if somebody does show up, like at the fall conference, those folks in the audience probably would have liked to have heard some feedback or some concerns from parents or teachers or those things. So we could dedicate time on the agenda for the committee chairs to read out, what each member of the committee has done, and then the end of the agenda to have some to have some structure about the way you want to do it moving forward for the next one.
I think that's great. My little gerbil's running away on this.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So I think
Have somebody has a comment online. Go ahead, Michelle.
Morgan.
Hi. So I have a question. I work, I'm an SLP, but I also work as an advocate for families of kids with dyslexia. And I could tell you a whole list of parent concerns right now, but I guess my question is and I know you mentioned it a little bit, but do I just come and say these are the concerns? And then what happens with that information? Does it get put on the agenda? Because I could tell you a lot of concerns right now.
Yes. So So that is an excellent point. And let me make sure I've got it right, that, we've already got a list of concerns and kind of what that process looks like on how we as a body would process those. Have I got that right?
Yes.
Okay. So the way that the committee structures are set up, the feedback that we get, we discuss as a committee or as a panel, and we decide which committee that gets addressed to, or we decide as a panel to appoint an ad hoc committee where it's one of those areas that's outside of our standing committees. And then we can provide formal written advice to the department if it's a department issue. If it's an issue about, not involving parents or legislations or those kinds of things, we could also process that through the committee, have them investigate the problem, identify possible solutions, and then when we're in person doing our instruction or during our committee work, that's where action can take place. So what we would do after those committees met is to report out on what steps you're going to take to address those concerns. Does that answer your question, Ms. Morgan?
I guess so. So I guess my follow-up question would be, at this point, since I know some concerns, like when is the appropriate time to talk about those? I mean, do I email them? Or
I was thinking is defining the SAPEC stakeholder engagement process. Your expectations?
I'm sorry.
It's a meeting. Yeah, I think we should have a committee to do that.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So right now we need to move for a committee.
Okay, so we need to, all right, so any other discussion related to the structure of how we're going to do these regularly scheduled meetings, how we're going to conduct those?
Can you summarize how you see that happening in the future?
I don't have a motion.
No, we're not moving yet. I'm just saying,
okay.
Can you summarize
This is about the actual main quarterly meetings we were talking about, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
If we meet in person in those meetings, do we have the capacity so that we don't do like a virtual or hybrid, any kind of format like that? If we have a streaming format and members of the panel who are not present watch it, can they vote by proxy?
You cannot.
Cannot. Even by written?
Or, can we? Mr. Rickerson.
Proxy is only permissible under open meetings if you're having a video teleconference meeting.
Okay.
That's a formality that I came across after I had submitted the slides and didn't have an opportunity to put in, but I'm glad you raised that, but that's the current state of it.
So the question is whether or not we are going to have them in virtual hybrid format or in person.
Correct.
Yeah.
But the biggest concern with that was the committee work, because then it would have to be one committee at a time. Everybody else kind of waits to do the work, right?
If it's virtual.
Okay.
Yeah. On site, you have multiple.
if everyone's on site?
Yes, and the concern was some may not have access on it.
So, there is a requirement, SAPEC, to have a certain number of meetings. So, why don't we do all of the online? I mean, in person, all the required meetings in person, which will fulfill the obligation, federal obligation in terms of the, and then everything else, we can do hybrid or even, it doesn't matter because we fulfilled the obligation.
Yeah, but you're excluding a lot of people that may not be able to be there. And my question is, can we not just take a poll and say, if we decided to do it this way, how many people could actually attend before we start with the motion? This is a point of clarification that I need. If you're saying that we can't do committee meetings because people won't be able to have access to, I don't understand why we can't do committee meetings at the same time online if you can do that in public because one person can't go to 4 different committee meetings anyway.
Yeah.
In person or online. You still have a choice of which committee meeting you would want to attend as a public member.
As a member of the group, and would have to as a member of the group, you would have to make an election about which committee meeting you would attend, but as a member of the public, you would need to have simultaneous access to all of those if they're occurring at the same time.
With the freedom to move back and forth if it's all in public versus committing if it was virtual.
Essentially, the committee meetings would be functioning as though they were not committees, but were separate public agencies.
I can do that right now on Microsoft Teams. I can do that on Zoom as well. I can break out 8 committee rooms and give it, especially on Zoom, you can give everybody access to whichever committee meeting they want to go to. You can leave the room and come back into another room. And this is not extra software, it's not extra manpower, it's just set it up.
It actually is. Well, you're right. You could break them out into 8 different rooms. However, what the conversation that we were having earlier was every one of those areas, every one of those 8 rooms would need to have support from the department. We would need to have interpretation available in each one of those committees at the same time and live stream your 8 different committee rooms in order for the public to be able to access it.
And closed captioning or open captioning doesn't suffice for interpreter services?
I'm gonna make a
because that's all. I mean, we are a disability agency and we do everything that way. And there's always interpreter services of some kind, and we utilize closed captioning or opening captioning in every meeting. It's our standard.
In conversations that I have had with our interpretation team, the Microsoft Teams is a much more unyielding platform for people with hearing difficulties. And so the preferred method is Zoom. And so while you may be able to do that individually, there would be a whole population that would not benefit from your team meeting room.
No, I'm talking about you can do that on Zoom too. All these formats are much better every day.
But the KETS department does not. There is no relationship with Zoom through the Kentucky Department of Education. Am I right?
That's my understanding.
Yes. Okay.
Our preferred platform is Teams.
Maria Kemplin, she had a comment as well about some other advisory boards that she works on. Go ahead, Maria.
Hey, I just want to chime in. I'm afraid that we're getting so formalized that we're going to lose kind of the intent of what we're working toward. Because this is getting so formal that it feels like it's impeding my participation as a member, much less public participation. Right now, most of our districts are conducting IEP meetings through online means. So we know that folks are not coming in person to schools. My district didn't want to have an in-person meeting because they told me it wasn't safe to. So I think that there's a clear concern about COVID still, and I think we need to accommodate folks to attend online. And I participate on other state advisory boards where we are approaching things a little less formally, and we're using breakout groups in Teams or breakout groups in Zoom. We have meeting links posted on a website. Folks are signing up for distribution lists. If you're a part of the public and you want to join a distribution list, you find the address to sign up to it. It may be helpful if we reach out to some of the other state advisory boards and see how they're addressing this public input process.
Maria, I appreciate this is Tyler, I appreciate what you're saying because I'm struggling with exactly what you're saying, which is from the standpoint of, and Jason mentioned this, there's so much functionality with what's been used, whether it's Microsoft Teams or Zoom, to do breakout rooms, but by virtue of having to have live streaming, which I didn't realize that is creating a barrier, to be blunt, that actually makes us less accessible. And here we are talking about disabilities and we're being less accessible. It creates a barrier then when you put in the, if it's, obviously, if you have 4 or 5 groups all going at the same time, that you're not going to, it's going to make it even more difficult to have interpreter services. However, closed captioning has been able to work in many situations, minus then if there's been someone who also needs the ASL interpreter services, then we try to do that with particular groups that need that, but don't offer it for everyone, if you will, because the reality is you offer it for everyone, you just create accessibility issues because we don't have enough ASL interpreters and we don't have enough budget.
But the point is that under that scenario in my mind is that we would be creating a barrier for any member of the public or parent or student who had hearing disabilities from meaningfully participating in it because we don't know if they're coming.
Are we not afraid that we're going to create a barrier to a lot more disability groups?
That's
we're talking about one specific disability group, and I get that, but there's no way, and I have a significant disability myself, there's no way you can accommodate every single thing for every single disability. There's no way, but one thing you can do is you can say, is it going to affect 5 people here, or if we have it online, if we don't have it online, is it going to affect 500? Like, you do the best you can, right? But you try to provide service to as many people as you can. I'm like, Maria, this discussion's been going on for an hour and we're just going in a circle. I don't know what exactly, and I'm not trying to be combative, and I know I sound like I am, but it's just, I think we just need to make a decision and go for it, and go with that. And if we need more information, then we need to table this until the next discussion. Because this group's got a lot of work to do, and I feel like we're getting hung up on how we're going to conduct a meeting.
I think to your point, and no worries, no offense on our end here, we like the dialogue, but I think when we signed up for this committee, we signed up to be in person. When we got notified on whenever our date was going to be, it said August 18th and 19th, we were going to be in person. It was going to be at the Sauer Building, and then it would be you would give this virtual option, but it wasn't designed. Even though we're in the midst of a pandemic and it's ups, ebbs, and flows, but I think to O'Theal and the meeting has been very accommodating with everybody and interpretation, power outages. The first time we met in person, we had to suspend the meeting. But I think going forward, if we still provide that option, not every meeting like this, January, February, May, August, November, we know that those are going to be in-person meetings. The others, we could still meet virtually. It would be all virtual. And I think it's a win-win for everyone going forward.
I'm afraid that this is Maria Kemplin. I'm afraid that not only will we be facing a 0% attendance in an open forum, that we will lose participants on this advisory board. That's my fear, because we don't all have the same accessibility right now. Some folks may, and that's great, but some of us don't have the same accessibility right now. State transportation for folks that need accessible transportation is a major issue right now.
Here's an easy question that somebody can answer. Is Zoom not considered live stream?
No, it is.
Now, see that Zoom has all the same capabilities that Teams does, but our Office of Education Technology has a working partnership relationship with Microsoft. And so they tell us you are to use KDE as an agency, Microsoft Teams. And so it's kind of a proprietary type thing. And so,
but we have IEP meetings through Zoom.
But we aren't an admissions and release committee.
Okay.
We're government.
Okay.
But I like using Zoom.
Yeah.
I do too.
When I'm here at KDE, I like using Teams. That's what I'm supposed to.
Well, I just was wondering, I was getting hung up on the streaming and I was confused. I thought Zoom was live. Okay.
So that's just something that the agency KDE has adopted, and so the Office of Education Technology, David Couch says, Joe, you're to use Teams. I'm using Teams.
Well, I admire the flexibility of state government.
Well, I was gonna say then, can we as a committee, I don't know, I'm getting hung up on this, but like, can't we just go and say, hey, Zoom's a lot more user?
So here's one,
user-friendly?
here's one thing I wanted to say is, the conversation today and the feedback on the SPP APR and the SIP has been very encouraging and enlightening to me. You all are very thoughtful, and that's the heart of the group. That's where we want to stay. We want to hear feedback from parents. We desperately want to hear their voice. We want to be equitable, and I do feel like that this conversation feels the opposite of that. It feels very forced. It feels very rigid, and it feels like people are being strong-armed into, you got to do this. And so what we're trying to do is balance that out. And like Dr. East said, as KDE, we want to be more than accommodating for all members online, on site. We want to make sure that everyone is able to participate and accommodate as much as possible. But we have been put in a very difficult situation. And so knowing that the company had appointed all of you all, we want to be able to provide a forum and an opportunity and a location where we can get our work done in a way that is a lot of work. And so that's where we went to our legal counsel and some work with David Wick to say, here's the barriers we've been trying to overcome. We've been doing the best that we can, and we want to include everyone. But at some point, we felt like you all needed to be aware of the work needs to move on. Here's our proposal, take a vote, and then let's just move on with the work is where we were trying to be at. And that may seem rigid or difficult, or I don't know, but.
Joe, I think the point, and that is, there are things that are required, the way I'm looking at it, there are things that are essential that must be done. And then there are things that have to be done. And so for the things that must be done, that is the 4 meetings that we have to do what we have to do to get those requirements out of the way. 4 meetings in person. That doesn't mean that those are the only meetings we'll have. Those are the ones that meet the requirements for the federal government or what have you. So then all of the other meetings, then we could do virtual, or we can do however, mixed or however. But let's get 4 of them to fulfill the requirements so that we can move freely in the expectations that these groups have put before us to address some of the issues.
Chair, I move we close discussion on the open meetings.
There's a motion on the floor by Dr. East to close discussions on open meetings. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Crump. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. The motion carries unanimously.
Chair, I make a motion that all 4 meetings, January, February, May, August, are in-person meetings.
There's a motion on the floor.
Second.
Second by Dr. Cole. All in favor say aye.
Can we have a discussion?
Oh, discussion.
Okay, so what do we do if COVID numbers go up? I can't come in person, my daughter has a heart. What if someone who needs accessible transportation can't get here in person, and they've agreed to be on this panel, and they want to be on this panel, and they can contribute to this panel? I strongly disagree with that.
Okay. Well, I think that if we have those issues that come up, certainly we'll make concessions for those.
But you're not. From the get-go, you're not.
You're not. Yeah, you're putting yourself in a corner right here. And my question is, how well has parent participation worked up to this point with in-person meetings? Could someone answer that? Because we're talking about 2 things. We're saying that parents aren't participating, and we're trying to figure out a way to make sure they can, but then we're going to pigeonhole ourselves out of one whole significant option of getting people all around the state in one place at the same time. Because we can't get Zoom. I mean, does y'all not see how ridiculous that sounds? Because we can't use a different software? I mean, we're all adults. That sounds ridiculous.
But I think if somebody told me that I needed to be, if I needed to be at a doctor's appointment in August, I gotta go.
That's not the same. That's not the same thing. That's apples and oranges. I don't understand how that's the same thing.
The meeting.
But if Medicaid is not providing any EMT transportation to a doctor's appointment, and that person needs the appointment, they have telehealth. I mean, that's called an accommodation. And right now, we are used to accommodating meetings. This meeting right now is a hybrid meeting. And so if we take that option away, we are removing an accommodation rather than removing barriers for families to attend. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Jackie. Somebody else had a comment.
Carrie, I recommend you may look at quorum since so many people have dropped off.
There's only 5 members online now.
Yeah.
The other PD.
Yeah. All right. Let's call roll again. Looks like, let's see.
I think there's only 5 online.
Okay.
Yeah, no consistency.
All right, I'm going to call roll. Ms. Anshoff.
Present.
Present. Ms. Barlow. Ms. Bell. Dr. Bolander.
Present.
David Bradley.
Present.
Tracy Brewer.
Present.
Lachina Carruthers. I'm sorry? Was Lachina Carruthers present? No. Okay. Tiffany Clark.
Present.
Jeffrey Coles. Present. Amy Beth.
Here.
Cal Curry.
Present.
Dr. East.
Present.
Melissa Farrell. Emily Fox. Tammy Gillis.
Here.
Esther Hazlett.
Present.
Jason Jones.
Present.
Kent Kelch. Maria Kemplin.
Present.
Brittany Kleiner. Mary Lavin.
Here.
Cora McNabb. April Miller.
Here.
Michelle Morgan.
Present.
Chadwick Knoll. Krista Payne. Tyler Reed.
Present.
Cassie Jo Robinson. Catherine Shepard Jones. Daniel Slayton.
Present.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We are 3 shy from the statutorily required number of 21 and far exceeded quorum. We have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
Rescind the motion, no quorum. Rescind the motion, no quorum.
We do have a quorum.
You do? You said
Yes. Yes. Yeah, we do have a quorum present here right now.
You're just saying 3 short of.
We are 3 short of the statutory requirement. We are 18, the statutory requirement is 21. We have 18.
Active motion.
Okay. Other discussion?
So, I'm not sure if we're, if I'm being heard in terms of how, because what I'm saying is we've already had, 2 meetings that are required, right? So if we have 2 more required meetings, that is, all in-person meetings, then any other time we meet for committee work or, can be virtual. Because we will have fulfilled the requirement for the 4 meetings. I'm not saying all virtual or not. I'm saying let's fulfill our requirement. And then everything, we can meet every month. We can meet 2 times a month. And it can be virtual.
Just have to ensure public access.
Ms. Miller?
I would like to suggest that we use the committee organization and planning or the committee reports in the meetings each time in serial or sequential order so that we can have a virtual meeting with everyone attending and just present those committee meetings one at a time.
Okay, we already have a motion on the floor.
That's just my discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Can you restate the motion?
I motion that all 4 meetings, January, February, May, August, are in person.
In November.
Oh, 5. Amend that, Danny. 5, November fall conference.
That motion was seconded by Dr. Coles.
And to clarify, that means that in-person means there's not a virtual option, a hybrid virtual.
Is that the intent of your motion, Dr. East?
Yes, that's correct.
Could someone explain what we gain by removing hybrid participation? I'm just not clear what we gain by removing hybrid participation.
Well, so for example, right now we are 1 minute past the ending of our meeting. And we have not established the organization of the committees. Our intent today was for the committees to be able to elect a chairperson so that when we come back in January, that the work could begin.
But the majority of the meeting was presentations. So the majority of the meeting time was us listening to presentations, which wouldn't have been affected by folks being virtual or not. I mean, it's not folks being virtual that caused the meeting to go longer.
Okay. Can anyone speak to that?
So,
Ms. Brewer?
I'm sorry, Ms. Brewer. This all started out of a discussion of how to allow open forums and parent presentations.
Correct.
And somehow we've moved down this other road of having all our meetings in person. So I think we're missing the forest for the trees. I think we still need to address how we can have open forums and parent participation, but I don't think making all of our meetings in person only is accomplishing that in any way.
Okay, so to clarify, based on the discussions that we've had in here and online, is that these are 4 meetings where we are hoping to engage stakeholders across the state. And the reason that we move around the state is to provide more access. These are ones that people can plan on attending in advance. We have a committee structure that is set up. It's not in front of me. We have a committee structure that is set up to address that.
Have your open forums been successful in the past just because you've moved around the state?
They haven't. But our discussion was, within the last 30 minutes, was that any one of us, as people who are appointed by the governor to serve the people that we are representing, has the latitude and the prerogative to hold daily forums with their constituents. And those can happen if you meet as a committee. We would need to coordinate with the department to make sure that we had all of the available supports and accommodate anyone who is able to participate. And those meetings can happen online. They can happen virtually.
So that's moving away from the open forum procedure.
Right. So what I'm saying
We
is
just need a different way for
we need
open forums.
We need it better.
Right.
That's correct.
But that doesn't have to affect whether our panel has to be in person, because you just said that open forums don't have to be at the same time as a meeting. That hasn't been effective in the past.
Okay, let me clarify.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that any member of this body, any of the 31 members of this body, can reach out to the population that you were appointed by the governor to serve.
Mm-hmm.
And you can have an open forum yourself, not us. Our open forums, when we gather as a panel and we have a quorum, we are required to do that.
4 of them.
You're required to have an open forum at the meetings,
We are required to have 2 open forums per year.
but it doesn't have to be at these meetings?
They do have to be at these meetings because what we want.
That's my question.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so yes is
What
the
we
answer.
want is that we want that stakeholder engagement committee group and our parent engagement group and our communication committee to see how we can do those things better. I'm acknowledging, and the reason that we're having this discussion is how uncomfortable that those open forums were. They're useless. They have been useless. And they have not ever meaningfully informed our work. And so what that takes is many hands making lighter loads and reaching out into the part of the community and the constituents that we represent and making sure that we gather their input. And then when we do work as a committee, we can make decisions and discuss those concerns, which would in turn help us advise the department on those 7 areas. But as far as if any committee wants to convene as a committee using a virtual option, that can happen. If you want to meet, I think it was Mr. Bradley who had mentioned, the third Wednesday of every month, I'm going to have an open forum here, or I'm going to have a meeting on Zoom, or I'm going to have a meeting on Teams, where that we can meaningfully engage the public. And then we can actively act on that.
So then I come back to the question, just like Maria Kemplin asked, is how does taking away an option for virtual for our panel meetings, what has that helped?
I don't know if this has helped or hurt, but I feel like we're trying to achieve 2 separate things.
I think so too.
So we've got this parent involvement piece, then we have committee work. I think the hang up is, and again, one way or another, if we have committees during these meetings, which we plan to hopefully in January, it means if we have virtual and in person, we are going to sit, essentially, I think this is a rough way of saying this, but we are going to sit while, say, your committee decides what they're doing, while we all sit. Then the next committee goes, then the next committee goes.
Or you can have committee meetings on alternating months. And I understand have interpreters.
I think we have like 8.
Okay, so Ms. Brewer has the floor. Who is seeking to be recognized? Hello, Michelle Morgan. You're recognized.
Oh, thank you. I just want to put it out there that I know that we're wanting parent involvement, and as a parent member who, is as also a stakeholder, being there in person is a logistical nightmare for some parents. And, honestly, I want to participate, but I don't know that I can be there at these times. And honestly, that is possibly why so many people dropped off the call right around school pickup time, because they have children that they have to be there for. And so I think that, while we're trying to promote parent involvement, I feel like there's a policy that's impeding us having stakeholder and parent involvement.
But the majority of this panel is made up of people with disabilities or parents of people with disabilities who were specifically appointed to do that.
Yes, and when I was, before I was appointed, I asked about the time commitment, and I asked about, because I wanted to make sure I had enough time to devote to it, and I was told that it would be in person with the virtual option, and then it would be several hours a month, and I don't know. I want to participate, and taking away a virtual option would make it very, very difficult, because it would be a logistical nightmare to get my kids to school, to pick my kids up from school. I would want to try my best to make it work, but my guess is I'm not the only one in that position. I'm not trying to make it about me. I'm just saying that I think that I am probably not the only one in that position.
Okay, Maria Kemplin.
One of the arguments that I heard earlier was that there would not be interpreter services in all of the subcommittees if we were virtual. But I don't believe that there would be interpreters in each of the subcommittees if we were in person. So I'm not sure how that argument.
Well, anyone who is in person would have the ability to walk to the area where the subcommittee is meeting.
Jason Jones as well.
Jason Jones.
I mean, we're back in a circle here again because it seems to me like we said we can't do it virtual because we don't have the money to do it and we can't use Zoom.
Okay,
We have at our disposal, if we decide that we want to do this, it's easily done from a technical standpoint, easily done. I'm not understanding why we're not moving, like all the stuff you said a minute ago about everybody conducting their own meeting and everything, it's a separate issue. This is an issue of, can we do it? Do we have the capabilities of doing it? If the answer to that is yes, then why are we saying we can only do it in person? That's my question. It's either we can do it or we can't. If we can, why would we not offer that as an option? So if you all are telling us we can't do it, then there's nothing to vote on.
We're a functioning panel, and I want to be clear about what my position is on this, is that it is not ever going to be my position to exclude anyone. However,
I get that. I understand that.
However, we just had folks that dropped off from virtually participating in this meeting, a significant portion of them. And so, technically, if I understood Mr. Wickersham, we need to stop work on the committee right now. We are not, and the reason that this is going long is that we are having a robust discussion where we're wanting to get everybody's input. So if the implication is that my opinion as the chairperson, and I'm one member of this group, if the implication is that there's any sort of misconception that I am trying to prevent anyone from meaningfully participating in our meetings or our open forums, then I want to disavow you of that now. The reason that I'm serving on this panel is because I have 5 children, all of whom have special education services. I represent a vocational training center for transitional services. I'm an assistant superintendent of a public school district. The reason that I am here is because I want to be. And I have a lifelong history of advocacy that I would be willing to sit down and discuss with anyone.
David
Bradley?
I have a question actually for Joe. The previous panel, and I know they met virtually in the last part of their.
And they only met once.
They just met once.
They here this last year.
Okay, and my question is going to be, how does their committees work virtually during that time? If they just met once, maybe another.
We didn't have committees, right?
There were no committees.
Okay, and I just wanted to ask that question.
I just think too, we all have stake in this conversation. Whether we're a parent, whether we've taken off of our jobs, because we all could have been doing something else. Let's put that out there. We all made a commitment to be here, so it's not to say that we're trying to exclude anyone, no matter what roles that we're playing at the table. We want to keep this healthy. We want all of our students at the end of the day to succeed. And that's what this is about. And I too am a parent sitting at the table, but guess what? I show up. I brought mine to the hotel room in November, but who knew that? Nobody else knew that I had a doctor's appointment the next day, or whatever the case may be. We all are making sacrifices. And not to discredit the people on Zoom, but guess what? You're at home. You're at home. You didn't sacrifice to come in person, whether you had $2 in gas to get here. And we understand we are parents. We are fathers, sisters, siblings, workers. Somebody else is expecting us to play a role. and we decided to be here. And I think it's only fair that if, again, we choose to serve, our voices are still heard in various capacities. I just don't want us to get away
I'm offended that you said that somebody that's not there doesn't care as much and doesn't show up.
No,
so
I didn't say that. I never said you didn't care as much.
You absolutely did say that. You said, but guess what? I showed up. People that care show up. You absolutely did. This is ridiculous. That's fine. I resign. You guys.
Dr. East has the floor. Dr. East has the floor.
I'm sorry again. If you thought, Jason, that I said that you didn't care, that wasn't my intent at all to say that I didn't care. Because I too am a parent that cares about all children.
Good job, though. Maria has her hand up.
Ms. Kemplin.
This discussion reminds me of attending meetings, IEP meetings with my son, where we're asking for an accommodation and we're hearing all the reasons why he should just do what everybody else is doing. You know, we need to be cognizant that there are members that need to be able to participate in different ways. And their intention on the committee was based on an understanding that they would be able to participate virtually. I know I'm not the only person that was told that. I know other members were told that also. And if that's changed, I think we need to be, make that clear.
And so I'm going to take a point of personal privilege. My father died on Father's Day this year. Today would have been his 70th birthday. This is my 22-year-old's birthday as well. The will of the group was for us to meet today. And I'm here. I had a vacation day scheduled for that day. And I'm here.
And those of us that are participating virtually are here also.
Correct.
We're here in front of a computer, right there with you.
But I would not have been able to meaningfully chair this committee if I were at home.
Okay, it sounds like that you've made it clear that you believe there are different levels of participation between people in person and people that are virtual. So I think if that's the case, we need to share that with all the folks that have already left and be clear what the that there are different levels of participation.
I'm willing to entertain any kind of discussion moving on this. We have, and again, I just want us to, take a step back and, recognize that we are appointed at this place in time to support each other. And, I have not, if I have given you if you feel as though I have told you that you are not meaningfully participating, I apologize. That was not my intention whatsoever. And I have made a very dedicated effort of making sure that we are mindful of everyone who is participating online. And, the camaraderie among this group, we are all working in the same direction. I make it publicly, you were offended, and I'm sorry for that. But I want you to understand that my intent was not to do that. Like I said, I have made a very concerted effort to make sure that everyone is participating.
I'm gonna ask Joe. That was Maria. I'm gonna ask Joe to interject here because I guess he knows how it has ran in the past as far as in person, and because we tried to have this conversation in November whether this meeting was going to be all in person and not have the virtual option. So can you kind of guide us or re-guide us to what the state sees for this?
So what I was going to add, what you were talking about made me think is that I don't feel like that anybody is being personally attacked or singled out. I just feel like that there is a lot of there's a lot of emotion, and there's a lot of I guess things going on for everybody right now, and trying to think about how routines and schedules and habits and so forth are maintained. And so at some point, we are going to all have to be on site at some point, be that 2022, 23, 24, 25. We're going to have to at some point get back on a meeting schedule where we can move the work a little bit forward in the way that it used to be. And historically, it was on site. There was an executive committee meeting that Brian would participate in, and they would meet prior to the meeting, make sure everything was good. Committees would meet separate. They would come back and report. There was an open forum that was not well attended at all 4 meetings, and they were distributed equitably throughout the state, similar to the schedule we had talked about before. And so helping people kind of pull out of that virtual participation back into that when they have not participated in that at all, I think is very difficult and challenging. And there are barriers for all of us that we think of. And then the online meetings have been going okay. We've had a few interruptions, but it's been okay. And so it seems like people dropping off felt threatened, though. I do feel that today. They felt like their input wasn't heard, and then they're saying, well, we're done. We're not participating. And so that doesn't make me feel good that happens, because nobody's trying to force somebody to do something they don't want to do, but we're trying to think on behalf of the will of the group to think about how can we as a group move the work forward. And so, David, the question that keeps going through my mind, and I hate to single you out on this, but is there any negotiation or discussion or opportunity to plan and think together, including the folks that may have dropped off in January, to help us move forward with some of the scheduling and the work in a way that accommodates folks so it doesn't appear as though we made a decision, we left you out, sorry about your luck. I mean, is there a way to kind of do that at this point?
So, may be recognized.
Yes, Mr. Winters. Thank you.
So 61A26 that discusses video teleconferencing describes it as an option. The public agency may conduct any meeting through Zoom. I need to speak up, I'm sorry. Okay. I'll repeat myself, I may not have spoken loudly enough. So under 61A26, any public agency may conduct any meeting through video teleconferencing. So the statutes for open meetings do not compel you to conduct a meeting by video teleconferencing, nor does that prohibit you from doing it. All the law establishes is the requirements that you have to follow if you make that election. But it's may conduct, not shall conduct. It's a may. So the present state of the law for you is that's an option that you have, but you're not compelled to do that. If you do choose to do that, you have to follow the requirements of the video teleconferencing statute as written. And then the other practice that the department has is that in addition to satisfying those requirements, you would also, the department does not divorce live streaming from video teleconferencing. So that may be another way to frame the issue is if the body wants to pursue that, they have that option, but are not required to do that under the open meetings act. Is that helpful?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Hopefully that was helpful, Dr. East.
Yeah, it helped. Because I think it kind of lets us see a different lens on where the state is going and trying to integrate, the all committees.
And I apologize for any stress or weird vibes in here because I feel it too.
Hey, he hung up on me, so I don't know what.
Okay, Dr. Bolanger.
I wasn't offended by anything. I just like to say I'm kidding. I guess I'm a little concerned. I spend a bit of time, my free time, because I may be completely insane, watching committee meetings in Frankfurt. So, just for fun. Like, I've actually seen people testify from the beauty shop, like in the committees, like while they were getting their hair done. So I feel like we may be overcomplicating the matter here. Like, I doubt the agenda was posted while they were getting their hair done. I don't know, but like I've watched it happen. I don't necessarily know that was legal or in compliance or whatever, but I just feel like maybe we're overcomplicating, like, a horse-drawn committee becomes a camel, and we have a camel sitting in the middle of the room right now.
Can I? Sorry, I'm not used to like asking for permission very often.
Mr. Wickersham.
Compliance.
So I can speak a little bit to that too. So like I totally get it. I've seen on both sides of this. So I've been recently on an LPC committee with it. Anybody ever been on that with the district? It's intense. And this is just the elephant in the room. I feel like in education we are trying to hold true to the things that we've always held true, like this traditional model. But we're also looking at tons of litigation and people throwing things this way and that, and whether we're right or wrong, or who's doing this or who's leaving this person out. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I do think we're trying to hold it to the legal piece, because we're getting scrutinized to the extent of where we're like, holy cow, if we screw this up, we're in a bigger mess than when we started. And again, that's just my interpretation of being on some pretty intense board meetings. I mean, board meetings now have parent participation we've not seen in years and years and years, which is great. But it becomes this whole like confrontational, like we have to follow the line. But then again, it feels like we're following it to the point of like, is this even real? So I don't know that helps, but I think that's why we sense this tension too, is because those of us who are also dealing with that are like, we're afraid to do anything any different, because then we're held responsible on that end too. And I've been on both sides, so I do think we're getting to the point of like extreme, but I think legally it's because that's what we feel like we have to do right now too in education. We're in this like.
I totally understand. I feel like we're overcomplicating.
And again, I don't see why we can't do 4 meetings. 4 meetings closed or face-to-face, and then whatever, because there's more than 4 meetings scheduled. There's more than 4 meetings scheduled. The law requires 4 meetings. Do our 4 meetings and then do the rest of them have, that meets every, I mean, I don't understand the problem with that. Or I see Ms. Miller's point that we can do the committee meetings one right after other and sit and wait, and that, maybe we can abbreviate it, do it at home and do summaries when we come together. But I think that all these great educated folk sitting around the room can't come up with a way to do this is a little frustrating for me. There's only one of 2 options. Either, do it. I mean, you can't not do the meeting, right? So you have to do the meeting. So you either do a real long meeting or you do abbreviated meeting, and, for the sake of following the law, and then, down the road, do it the way we need to do it to accommodate everybody. But it's not like there's a lot of choices. And so all we have to do is make a decision. The whole thing I feel, Brian, is that people are trying to avoid the long sitting for the committee meetings. And if that's what we have to suffer to be so, then suffer it to be so, unless we could think of a way around it. And that's the way I think about it. And is there a way around it? And so my way around it is, doggone it, do the 4 the way the law requires, and then the rest of them we can do the way we need to do it. So I yield.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to start out with I wish that some of the folks who left the meeting would stay on because they could vote on whatever decision we got on that. So that's a little bit frustrating because obviously people had some serious concerns. On the open records and open meetings thing, like the Frankfurt committees, I've watched that too. Violating the rules, and if it gets to the point, and I'm a lobbyist and I have to defend the open records and open meetings act. So if those legislators make votes and things like that from the committee rooms or from the salon, that's invalid, and then immediately it's a challenge. And I think that I appreciate that KDE is so diligent in following the Open Meetings Act. Any panel I would be a part of, I'd want to. And I also, the other point is, I don't know that how much staff dedication there should be to all, like, if you had to do separate committee meetings and staff them with people from KDE every time. What are we taking them away from? What should they be working on? Because obviously, we've made that commitment. We're here as volunteers. We have maybe remuneration for hotel room and things like that, but we've made that commitment. But, and I understand I'm missing work, but I'm not sure that everybody from KDE should be missing work.
Got a motion on the floor?
There is still a motion on the floor.
Can we hear the motion?
Any further discussion? The motion was to hold the
January, February, May, August, and November meetings in person.
And that motion was seconded by Dr. Coles. Any other further discussion?
Is it possible to, instead of all in favor say aye, can we do a person by person?
Yes, we can do a roll call. All right.
Ready for the question?
Would you be willing to accept an amendment to allow them to be virtual as well? Just asking.
Yeah.
We have a seconded motion on the floor. Allison Ansop, yay or nay?
Is that including the amendment to have the virtual meeting as well?
The motion has been amended.
No amendment.
It doesn't have an amendment.
Nay.
Ashley Barlow. Krista Bell. Dr. Bolander.
Yay.
Mr. Bradley.
Yeah.
Tracy Brewer.
Nay.
Lachina Carruthers. Tiffany Clark.
Yay.
Jeffrey Coles. Dr. Coles.
Yeah.
Amy Beth Brown.
Yay.
Tal Curry.
Nay.
Dr. East.
Yay.
Melissa Farrell. Emily Fox. Tammy Gillis.
Yay.
Esther Hazlett.
Yes.
Jason Jones. Kent Kelch. Maria Kemplin. Brittany Kleiner. Mary Ladd.
Yay.
I'm sorry.
Yay.
Yay. The chair votes in the affirmative. Cora McNabb. April Miller.
Nay.
Michelle Morgan.
Nay.
Chadwick Knoll. Krista Payne. Tyler Reed.
Nay.
Cassie Jo Robinson. Catherine Shepard Jones. Daniel Slayton.
Yay.
The chair counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 no votes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 yay votes. The yays have it. Do I have a motion to postpone the SAPEC committee organization and planning for our next meeting in
So
January?
moved, sir.
Dr. Coles made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Crump. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. My hope is that each of you have a very nice holiday, and we will meet back in January, and I will be looking forward to it. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys, on my.
Good luck.